Work up though. Yeah, it's live. Okay. Hey everybody, me and the grooviest thing right now. I've sent out a few invites. If you want an invite, the room's open. You can come on in. I made the mistake of deleting the public circle when I made the first one, and so that's why it was private. And I didn't know that was a fast way to actually make it private. So this one is public, and I try to give people a few hours head notice. Took my wife out to Chili's, so gave everybody some time to do whatever they're going to do. I'm going to be working on my homework, but let me start off by saying that the hangout last night was not aimed to, you know, denigrate Chaswald Almighty. I did send him an invite last night, but he was probably asleep because of the time difference. But one of the main issue of that hangout last night, well, the main topic was to discuss how people are becoming picking and choosing what they become offended to. I'm not sure how that was missed, but I guess I can kind of understand some of the apprehension towards some of what was said in the hangout, because some of it was just, you know what, I don't care for Chaz. Well, that's fine. Some people don't care for Cytonathia. Some people don't care for me. Some people don't care for a lot of folks. And that's kind of what I wanted to get at. When is it okay to go over into someone's personal life, even though they may do it themselves? And, I'm not saying that I'm removed from this. There have been several occasions, even now, that, usually as a base rule, I say, you know what, let's keep this nonsense here, and let's not let it bleed over into our personal lives. But there have been several occasions where I've said, you know what, fuck that person. G-Man, for instance, he's now homeless. He feels that, well, supposedly, let me say that, I've heard from multiple sources that he may be becoming homeless. Several people have said that they don't find that that's okay with them. That's not something that they're going to relish in, and that's fine. For me personally, I don't care if he's homeless and he feels that slavery is not a bad thing. Well, he has a solution. He can be someone's slave. So that's where I stand on that. What I did not know, and Chaswell did point out that I do need to get my facts straight. That was one of the issues that I had. I wanted to get my facts straight. That's why I opened it up and mentioned it to everyone in there so I could find out what's going on. I didn't know, and I just found out this morning that Jim Gardner is pretty much leaving Google Tubes, and well, he's creating another profile, and it's going to be private and restricted because there is yet another rift and the friendships and betrayals and something else that's going on with that. And I didn't read too deep into that because I try not to delve too far into that. But just like the thing with Fiona, people can like who they like, and that's up to them. I'm going to like who I like, and whoever, that's fine. I mean, I've been playing this game since middle school, so it's cool, whatever. We're all adults here, most of us. But that's fine. What I did want to get at is if anybody saw the actual hangout with Matt Slick and Bible Thumping Wingnut, and I think Matthew 419 was there. I'm pretty sure he was there. Did you get to see it, Groovy? You there?
Oh, sorry about that. Someone was asking me something.
Oh, you're at work, aren't you?
Yeah.
I need your job.
So that's 10% ACR for the next 10 years. And
What?
I'm just messing with you. That's what my wife does, credit card stuff. But no, that I was wondering if you saw the Matt Slick hangout with Bible Thumping on Bible Thumping Wingnut's channel.
Which one?
It's the
He's on just about every day.
I usually don't pay attention, but this one right after the announcement of, well, actually no, right a day after the announcement of the legalization of gay marriage, and I'm trying to find the name of it. I'm not really friends with him, so I just kind of catch it through other people commenting on it. I'm looking through my feed right now for it because I've seen several people comment on it. But I
No,
was
I can only tolerate like 5 seconds of Matt Slick, so I don't search that out.
well, yeah, that's basically what I was asking because I hadn't clicked the play button. I see there's a guy Wild Bill Mission to
Ugh.
America, and there've been several people commenting on that. So I'm guessing it looks like he made this in. Who the fuck is this guy? I just see people show up in my feed now. I just wonder who they are. And his tagline is "Time to hit the road and defeat Obamaism. Join the team. PatriotCauses.com."
Also, America bless God, apparently.
Oh, was that before or after they killed Native Americans? Little little side note there. Okay. Oh, okay. The Bible Thumping Wingnut show tonight with Max Slick is paranoid persecution porn. There isn't a slippery slope or a fear of persecution that Max Slick misses. He is so illogical and over the top that I'm sure the fundies are wetting themselves listening to it. Christians are being persecuted. The Bible will be banned. Homosexuals are intolerant. Dogs and cats living together. Listen to Max Slick speak not only for Christians but for God. Who knew Matt had such a direct line to God? I wonder, is it the call, and who pays the toll? And that's Milagristophilus. I cannot pronounce her name for nothing. I'm horrible at names. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody needs the link to come in, feel free. I just wanted to have an open air that gives people other options to come in and talk. I usually wait for a little bit for people to kind of filter in and say that they want in, but I really didn't have that much on my mind other than to clear that up because overall I like Chaswald. It just kind of bothered me that he threw me into the camp with everyone just railing against him when, in all honesty, I wasn't even sure what to think about his video.
Yeah, he seemed to react more to people's reactions instead of defending what he said.
Well, I understand him being apprehensive about it. That's what I was. Okay, let me get Gary Winston in here. I understand why he got upset because if you look at the video, all you see are people back to back to back to back hitting him. Oh, you're so mean. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. Oh, and it's like, and that's why I waited to comment, and I don't think I've even commented yet. I just kind of watch people's reactions, and I'm like, there's something else going on here because, I mean, I don't know Alex Botten that well, but he and I have rarely spoken, if at all. It was when we just so happened to be in the same hangout. I don't personally care too much for him. There's some of the stuff he does is interesting, but I'm pretty sure the feeling's mutual. And Chaz made a good point that Alex Botten has went in on people terribly and no one had an issue with it. But now that it seems like his world is crashing down around him and someone does the same thing to him, now everyone's rushing to his side. And that's why I wanted Chaz in here, because that seems strange for me, and that's why I reserved judgment and said, you know what, I really don't know how to feel about this. I, for one, reacted because I understand depression. I got that. At the same time, it just seems odd that people flock to defend Alex Botten all of a sudden when some of it seems like he is more of a firebrand than Chaswald, and that's what I thought was strange, if of all people, But like I said, and that was kind of the point of me making that hangout, is people pick and choose when to be offended. It is not this stagnant line that everybody has where, oh, you know what, you reached that point, that's it. I'm mad, I'm offended now. You know, it's with certain people, certain lines, certain topics, certain time of the day. You know, if they're full, if they're hungry, whatever. And that line flip flops, and I'm not immune to that at all. If G-Man does something stupid and I hear that he has misfortune, I'm going to fucking laugh at him. If somebody that I'm at, like Peripheral Profit, if Peripheral Profit, and I've known him maybe all of a month, if that would happen to him, I would have much more remorse for him just because he's respectful, and that's it. You know, G-Man's a fucking self-righteous douchebag, and people have stuck their hands out to help him on multiple occasions, and what does he do? He shows his fucking ass. So I have really, really little sympathy left for him simply because of that. And in this case, it might be an issue where, you know, has Alex Botten crossed several lines in the past with people, and does he deserve this defending? You know, is it is the notion that we should hold back on certain folks strictly along the lines of our personal relationships with them, or how they conduct themselves? Where do we draw that? You know, I'm not saying that there should be some or all-encompassing standard that we all should conform to, but I think that's worth talking about. And so, you know, that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I feel like some people jumped on him solely because he mentioned Alex's name. Like, they didn't bother to watch the video. It was just, oh my God, how dare you talk about Alex? And I feel like a few other people actually mentioned specific things that they had an issue with, and his response was just, well, it's Alex, so who cares? Instead of actually defending what he said about Alex. But yeah, I do agree that it's really hard for people to remain objective about these things, especially when they're friends with people.
Yeah, I mean,
It's kind of like a Jerry Springer-esque vibe sometimes in this Google Plus stuff. I could grow my channel if I became insulting and did response videos, but after a while, it's like I said, it's like Jerry Springer. It's just so much circus hype. It gets away from the what we normally should be talking about, which is whether or not religion is bullshit or not. Should we be listening to this shit and having our government run on this belief system? No, it's after a while it gets to be who gets to make fun of the other person enough. Sorry if that doesn't make me popular.
I mean, no, everyone has their perspective. It's just, you know, maybe hard to convey everything within the confines of this medium. And shit, half the time I was replying to what people were saying with my mic off, so I probably didn't actually get to express everything that I felt about the topic. But I did notice that there was more than a few people just kind of going in, all Chaz is this, Chaz is that. Well, you know, Chaz ain't for everybody. Alex Botten ain't for everybody. Science and Atheist ain't for everybody. And that's why I wanted to draw out those parallels with, well, you know, what's acceptable now. And I think Simon had made a point about a habit they had in the 80s of, you know, what's something really fucked up that happened in the world? Okay, let's see if we can make a joke out of it. Like intentionally looking for things that were taboo and trying to discuss it. But, you know, there's so much attached to topics these days is that that's less than fashionable. I guess I'll say that.
Yes, everyone's so sensitive sometimes. It gets ridiculous after a while. I remember doing one video, I kept on worrying about, oh, okay, who am I going to piss off now? Who am I going to piss off now? How do I say this without making me look like a racist?
Well, that's a genuine concern a lot of people have, and there are ways to communicate points that may be misconstrued as racist without adding. If you know the racialist stereotypes and depictions, then it's easier for you to avoid them, and you don't have to worry about them. You can masterfully express what you want to, and you can take a shot at, the link between dark skin and deviancy while making your point. But don't do what Dusty Smith does and exclaim, "Oh, if you hate somebody because of their race, you're an asshole." But then he'll follow it up by saying, "Well, all you black people need to find one centralized black person to listen to," and he's done that on several occasions.
Oh yeah, he's put his foot in his mouth, especially with the anti-Semitic bullshit.
I haven't seen that shit yet, but it doesn't. I mean, nope.
He actually said, "Jews, after all these Holocausts, don't you think maybe it's you?"
Yeah, because the Ashkenazi and the Hasidic Jews and we were just talking about all the divisions of Jews last night. They are not the fucking same. They are not this homogenous group that you just throw a rock at and you hit any Jew, it's fine. They're all the same. Fuck it, It's just lazy, especially for someone who makes money off of shirts that literally say logic.
Mm.
I just found it odd. Who just joined? Tony Nickel?
Hi there, everyone. Everyone okay this evening?
Yeah.
I wanted to jump in when you started talking about Matt Slick.
Oh, did you actually get to see that exchange?
I didn't see the entire thing, but what I did see of it was basically a lot of, throwing the toys out the pram and basically saying that because people have equal rights, then that's Christians being persecuted. Which I found highly
crazy.
I don't understand how they can come to that conclusion.
Well, is that what he said verbatim, or is that what he was just getting at?
He basically said that this is the start of the Christian Holocaust. Somebody said. Who's the guy that's always on there? Is it Matthew?
Matthew 4:19.
Yes, I think that's the guy. He posited that it's just a matter of time before homeschooling is made illegal. And just some of the things they were coming out with. I mean, obviously, Matt Slick gets to decide and define what marriage is, and obviously takes that directly from the Bible, which says it's a union between a man and a woman, obviously. But and it was just basic homophobic tripe disguised as Christian indignation, basically. But sorry, go on.
No, I wanted you to finish your thought.
All right. What I was going to say was, and that was about half an hour in.
Wow. Well, so where did he get the homeschooling thing? Because Christians aren't the only ones who homeschool. There's a growing number of people of color homeschooling because they feel that many of the public school systems aren't doing a very good job of teaching kids of color because they're partial.
Mm-hmm.
And there's an even bigger growing demographic of secular parents who know that certain school districts in Texas are teaching or in Louisiana, they're purposely teaching creationism. So, I mean, where does he get this idea that Christians are the only ones who homeschool?
It was one of the first things he said after they got the gay marriage thing out of the way. It was just something that came out, and I don't know where it came from either. I don't think I've heard anybody say anything like that before.
What blows my mind is they think that we exist in a vacuum. I mean, my mom, so anyone can criticize my mom's beliefs. She's Christian. I don't care. Anybody takes a step towards my mom, I will cut their hand off. We love Christians. We have Christians in our families. No one is going to let the Christians be persecuted. Twix.
What they see as persecution is having a pastor perform a gay wedding, basically. It's got to be that, because that's the only thing that could possibly happen that wasn't going to happen before. And I don't know what it's like in the States, but in England, the majority of people that I know got married at a registry office anyway. There's less in England. Religion's just not a patch on what you guys have got.
No one's going to force him to do anything. There's not going to be guns drawn. Why?
They think it's
they hear them
crucifixes
talk,
at 10 paces.
They hear them talk. There should be like gay zombies roaming the countryside. YMCA. I mean, God damn. 6 months from now, like I said last night, 6 months from now, they're going to come out of their bunkers, and they're going to see that the sun is not blotted out. There's not a plague of locusts. And then maybe, just maybe, they'll do one thing that scares all religious people. They'll think, gee, maybe we were lied to. What will they do then?
I don't think they'll ever come to the conclusion they've been lied to. They're too indoctrinated. And in fact, I think a lot of the people who are doing the indoctrination, obviously, they're the liars. And they're never going to sort of come out from behind the screen, are they?
What really pisses me off, this is going to be exactly how the civil rights movement was. After all these nutballs see which way the wind is blowing, after the civil rights movement happened, they came out of the woodworks. I have a black friend. Now this day and age is going to be, I have a gay friend. Oh, I was never against the LGBT. They will be doing some backpedaling, some epic backpedaling.
They will, and that's already been shown in the annals of American history. That you ask any Christian now, oh no, they were wrong. The excuse now is that they weren't real Christians. So I'm guessing 50 or 60 years from now, when their grandchildren look back, oh, our parents weren't real, our grandparents weren't real Christians. No, and it's the same cycle. They keep picking different demographics to antagonize, and then proclaiming that their predecessors were wrong, even though it's the same fucking religion passed down. And so everyone else is just supposed to stand around with their thumbs up their ass believing this bullshit. No, I'm sorry. You can pretend that they're not, and they're not who you say they are, and that there's some other category that just exists, like you said, inside of a fucking vacuum. But in reality, they're the same Christians who supported the transatlantic slave trade, the suppression of women voters, integration, interracial marriage, fucking hell. Now we're at gay rights, and next, I guess it's Red Lobster. I really don't know. I'm trying to.
I think it's us. I think it's us. They'll concoct some kind of thing comparing us to Hitler or whatever, and.
No. You've just actually reminded me there of something else that Matt Slick said. It's just because we're talking about this, what's next. His literal what's next is he had a guest on. I can't remember the guest's name. Anyway, some guy from New Jersey, and he said there's a guy in the state of New Jersey who is petitioning to marry his 18-year-old daughter, and that is what's coming next. And they're saying, yeah, you're going to have paedophile advocates and who are saying, intergenerational love and things like that. That would be the next thing. And just all these scary stories about, it's the end of the world, because this is, for such a trivial thing, in my eyes anyway, for such a trivial thing of allowing two people who love each other to formalize that and actually tell the world that they're together, to me is just so trivial to not want to happen, if you get me. I don't understand why the knickers are in such a bunch over this. It's not even in the seven deadly sins, is it?
Well, what many of them actually want, and I say many of them, I believe the concept is called dominionism, and someone feel free to correct me, but I believe that it is the concept that Christians should have this Christian dominion over the United States because God ordained it. It's like the Israel for Christians, but uh, many Christians want this weird combination of a democracy theocracy, or at least a theocracy that's called a democracy. And if they can't get that, then they throw a fucking hissy fit like we're seeing now. And I think
Yeah,
that's what's at the heart.
I've heard it called dominionism before in the past by people. That rings a bell, dominionism.
That's the great thing about the internet. We keep our eyes open. We can become enough of a voting block to block something like that. If we can get our asses out of our couches and out to the polls. If
I
we
think
end up with a theocracy in this country, it's only because we're too freaking lazy to get out and vote for someone who wouldn't do that.
I'm sure common sense would win through at some part.
Say what you like about the Republicans, their voters do go out and vote, though. Democrats, not as much.
Okay, I just got a definition from a random shadow of a man. Dominion theology is the idea that Christians should work together, either a nation governed by Christians or one governed by a conservative Christian understanding of biblical law.
So there you have it.
So if I want to get married, I have to rape somebody and just have 50 shekels ready for my father-in-law.
Harsh.
If we go to a theocracy,
there's a what's it called again? There's a gypsy culture in parts of the UK. You have a group of people called the Irish travellers. They're gypsy type people, and they have a custom because there's been television programs and stuff about them and their lifestyle and things, and they have a custom called grabbing, where basically you have an event like a dance or a get together of some kind where everybody's all together. You've got the girls on one side and the boys on the other side, and it's basically what you would imagine cavemen used to do, where you basically, how someone in fifth grade or something would go up and you punch someone in the arm because you like them. That's their kind of culture, how they get their wives, and they basically go and practically abduct these girls and just go off and do stuff. And that's how teenage Irish travellers in the UK find girlfriends and boyfriends.
What? What is this called?
I heard something like that.
You'll find it on YouTube. It's a custom called grabbing. If you type in Irish travellers grabbing, you'll see what I mean.
I heard of an immigrant from Vietnam. He was confused why the cops were after him because he kidnapped what he thought was going to be his wife. That was a normal thing in the village he grew up in.
Yeah, I like the look of you. You're coming with me. Thank you very much. It's efficient. Anyway, I'll give them that.
Okay, so they actually had something on My Big Fat Gypsy Wedding.
That's the one.
Okay. Until they are engaged, teenage traveler girls are subjected to the grabbing courtship ritual, which sees boys angling for a kiss. Strict rules stipulate girls aren't allowed to approach boys, so it's up to the males, aka the grabbers, to tempt the girls away from her group of friends to try and get a kiss off of her, even sometimes going as far as twisting her arm. Explaining the ritual, 15-year-old traveler Cheyenne explains, it means they like a girl and want to get their number. I think it's a little more than numbers.
Yes. Yes, and I think it also involves digits.
Imagine
I'll let you think about
they
that
get
one.
married years later. She's talking to her kids. And when your dad put me in an arm bar and forced my head into the ground, I knew it was love.
That's crazy. I mean, that's the more you know.
Guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes, okay? I'm just going to nip out for a sec.
Wow. Okay. I was actually going to say, yeah, we did have a group of individuals, a political party called the Secular Party of America, but that kind of fell apart through a number of internal issues. But I think its formal name became the National Atheist Party, aka the well, no, it was the National Atheist Party, and then it was changed to the Secular Party of America, and there was a vote that was held, but the voting was rigged because many felt that having atheists in the title would kind of detract from the overall message. And that was amongst one of the many issues that, like I said, I'm receiving this information secondhand, so feel free to correct me on that. But that's what I was told is one of the main issues as to why it fell apart. Welcome, Shadow Heathen.
And I missed grabbing.
You miss grabbing?
Yeah. Apparently you've moved on.
No, we can talk if you know more about it. I thought it was interesting. I'd never heard of something.
I don't actually know all that much about it, but okay. My wife was watching a documentary yesterday, and I'm sitting there just listening in and looking over there, and I'm like, "What the hell are you watching, honey?" And she said, "Oh, it's something about amateur porn." So I'm like, "Okay, what the fuck?" So I had her cue it up, and we ended up watching it together. And a lot of the stuff that's going around these days with weird fetishes and this and that apparently have to do with really humiliating and beating the crap out of women. And it's like, what the hell is our society coming to? And you mentioned this grabbing thing that is, you're going up to this woman and, oh, well, the way you show you like them is by grabbing them and twisting their arm and this and that. I'm like, what the hell is the matter with people? Christ.
I don't know. I've heard all kinds of things about the Roma people, and I didn't even learn that the term gypsy or the term gypping someone was a slur until maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I'd been using it my entire life and had no clue actually what it referred to.
Absolutely bizarre.
You want to talk about bizarre, look at the Japanese anime.
Yeah, anime or hentai?
Hentai.
Here's a difference now.
I'm confused. I'm going through anime and like all of a sudden tentacle porn.
The thing is, you don't even need to go all the way to hentai. I mean, the ichi's fucked up enough.
Yeah, my wife calls them titty animes.
I'm interested in the anime, and then I spend half my time going, "What the fuck is wrong with Japan?"
Well, I mean, the thing is that the hentai is actually more sex-oriented. The ichi is just perverted. And the ichi gets weird enough as it is. There was one of them I watched years ago that because they're not allowed to show certain things, they'd have like an elephant's head over where certain parts would be, etc. It's bizarre. Different anime titles that are released, and it's like, go and buy such and such ova if you want this smoke cloud to be removed from the front of the... It's great, lovely. Cartoon tits, just what the world really gives a shit about.
So all the kids are getting high off these days,
Yeah.
Digital tits.
It's just
Don't get me
bizarre.
wrong, I love anime. I mean, who did Spirited Away?
I don't recall.
Was it Miyazaki?
Yeah, Miyazaki. Miyazaki is wonderful. I love Miyazaki.
Well, supposedly, I think it was it or Howl's Moving Castle. One of them was actually a metaphorical tale of child trafficking. Can't remember which one it was.
It wasn't Howl's Moving Castle, I know that much. So I think it would have been the other one.
Yeah, it might have been the other one. I mean, there's so many old animes that I've watched, including like Ninja Scroll. That's old.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know. You kind of need an appreciation of cheese for some of these. I mean, some of them are really, really good, but others it's just like, wow, you got to be kidding me.
Well, one thing that I do like about Christianity is that it gave plenty of people inspiration for Helsing,
Oh yeah.
Needless, and there's quite a few like Christian-themed animes, and it's so interesting how they took the mythos and then just turned it.
I'm going to counter you a little bit there because most of these aren't. I think it's unfair to necessarily say they're Christian themed, but they do have things that are adopted out of that cultural context. But I mean, you look at most horror flicks and how much of that borrows from Christian notions of devils, demons, hell, this whole kind of thing. I mean, the one thing that I think they gave us culturally that might be worthwhile is their influence on the horror movie genre.
Yeah, and I would be lying if I said I didn't enjoy some of the Christian scare movies,
Yeah.
the ones that you try to scare you into believing.
Well, okay, some of them are funny. I'll admit you on that one.
My guilty pleasure.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but the thing is, I don't find them anything scary about it. Maybe if you're a Christian, but I never have been, so.
If you want to be scared and question humanity's right to survive, look up Christian Side Hug.
Isn't that a music video?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. Okay, now, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh.
However, if you actually want real entertainment, look up "Fuck Me in the Ass for Jesus."
Isn't that
Say
Amy
that again?
Poehler's song?
Yeah. Yeah, that one's hilarious.
What I love in Christian Side Hug, he says that, a front hug is too stimulating, and give me that Christian Side Hug. But he also says he's a Rough Rider. If he knew what a Rough Rider was, he wouldn't be saying it.
Maybe
I love how they get the police siren in part of the song. Like these people would ever be stopped by the cops.
Well, maybe the Rough Rider thing. Maybe he's talking about the back door.
Maybe.
That's what I was thinking.
It reminds me of the Family Guy episode when they were doing that whole kind of thing, and it was like ear sex or something weird like that. I'm like, what? But of course, we know for a fact that this whole abstinence-only sex, without teaching them where babies come from and this kind of stuff, in Texas has led to the highest second birth in teens, as well as a gonorrhea outbreak, I believe it was.
Oh yeah,
Wasn't there like super gonorrhea going
sorry,
on?
I take that back. It was chlamydia.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did a video about the king of all absurdities.
Yeah, it was actually.
This notion. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say it's actually reached epidemic proportions, apparently.
This notion that there's grown adults who commit themselves to a religious life. They can't keep it in their pants. What makes you think that the little kids, horny boys and naive girls aren't going to be going at it?
Well,
Only thing abstinence only teaching has ever done is promote ass sex and oral sex.
Well, I don't know. I mean, keep in mind there are entire religious orders that have actually dedicated them to abstinence. Oh wait, Catholic Church. Never mind.
Oopsie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to see if I can get this screen share thing and the sound to work. So I want to be playing with that. Continue talking.
If you have real issues with it, let me know.
Actually, yeah, 13, could you just play the Matt Slick, and I'll just have it present to you? Well, actually, before we do that, hello, Chaz.
Hello. I can't stay too long because I've got to get ready for work.
I'll just set my sound. It'll take a couple.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Chaz.
Hello.
Did you catch the beginning part?
I did. I caught that bit about, like, what was it, about 30-odd minutes ago. I was listening where you said that you actually wanted me in, which is one of the reasons why I joined. But the reason why I made that video is because Alex Botten is the one that's saying his online life attributed to his misery. and then here he is online, making videos, making comments, and putting this stuff out there where he's going to invite more of that same misery.
You don't buy that he's as sick as he says he is.
He could be as sick as he says he is, but he could still be looking for a bit of attention in part of that sickness. I don't want to comment on that and say that that's the case, but I mean there is a bit where that sort of behaviour goes into being just like something that's supposed to be therapeutic into something that's dangerously close to attention seeking. And I'm sorry, but if we saw G-Man, or if we saw Jason Burns, or if we saw any one of the other wankers, Arcane or Pillbox or anybody like that doing the same thing, Alex Bottom and his little friends would have seized upon that. I mean, Alex Bottom himself said he was going to troll J-Boo into a fucking asylum and use Raw's divorce to score points against him. So, Alex Bottom isn't removed from doing that. Now, I took it very light on Alex Bottom. I just wanted to point out, why is this guy behaving like a wanker on the internet when he should be sorting out his real life, not tossing off about on the net? And certainly if he's going to toss off on the internet, he should be doing it on PornTube. I've already demonstrated this.
Oh,
and,
please,
I'd hate to see that video, Chaz.
And the thing that made me laugh, though, right, is that with this whole thing, the best thing about it is the second G-Man says he's disappearing, all of a sudden, the same time, Alex is then saying he's suicidal. You could not give up the coincidence in that for a lifetime of jokes.
Maybe some kind of obsessive,
especially with their history.
What are you suggesting? They've run off together?
Maybe.
Just want to invite you on to give your perspective. Sorry, I'm eating, but that was the entire point of the hangout, because I withheld judgment because something seems off. I have really nothing against Alec Bottom, but I know he goes in on people. How far he goes in on people, I don't watch him enough to really tell you. I know.
Well, there is an interesting side of it. Along with all of the hate I got publicly for it, was quite a few people messaging me privately to say they totally agree with what I said, they understood exactly what I was saying, and that they would show support for me more publicly, but they were afraid of this Bottom backlash, because in the past when they've criticised Bottom, they've had people like coming down on them, they've had people in the community like messaging them and having a right fucking go at them. And so it just comes across like Alex Bottom is somehow this sacred cow who
Been
can't
there.
criticise.
I've been on the receiving end of that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Chaz,
and it's this little clique that people need to speak out about.
Where did the backlash come from in this instance?
The G+ community.
Yeah, but can you be more specific? Was it more theists than atheists, or
mostly
a good mixture of both?
Mostly atheists.
Well, some people feel that going too far into someone's personal life is off limits, especially for depression. The point that I was making is that many of us routinely do that, especially when it's like somebody like Candy. And I've actually been on the backside of this, because I've told people Candy has admitted that she is mentally retarded. And for us to jump on her like she has a full set of fucking cards, that's just fucked up, when she literally cannot be held culpable for half the shit that she says. On the other hand, G-Man acts like that, but we don't know his mental stability or his mental status. So people pick and choose when they want to get offended by shit all the time. And I don't think it's very genuine for folks to pretend like that doesn't happen. And I'll be the first one to say I do. I pick and choose what I get offended by. It usually takes a hell of a lot to get me offended, but you know it instantly. So I mean, I'll just put it out there.
I'm a bit like
that. He is a child. He is a child. He is a spoiled. He is like in his family. He must be the youngest kid. I just picture him like pulling his sister's hair, kicking his brother in the ass, and then
I'm
running
sorry?
to Mama. He does. That's how he acts with God. He pisses people off. Then he always says, "I'm God. I'm just following what the Bible says." He's a child.
Is this G-Man, yeah?
Yeah.
He is quite infantile, but I'm not sure. You know, people are different when they're doing stuff like this.
Well, some people, I've seen G-Man kind of change offline, but a lot of the issues that people have with him aren't really his arguments, it's his personality and many of his personality defects. And even when he is offline, he is more mellow than he normally is, but you still see that he is not quite there half the time.
Yeah,
So,
unlike a lot of the theists on YouTube, I really think he does believe in God. I at least give him that much. He's not doing it just for an ego stroke. I really think he does believe in God. And once in a great while, you'll see a human being. That's rare. I've seen Sasquatch more often.
I think G-Man's problem is half the time it's because he believes in God, and the other half the time it's attention. And I think that line blurred ages ago when he started to get a lot of attention.
yeah, he's trying to set up Ken Jones now to be his stand-in until he secures whatever it is that he needs to secure in his real life. I offered him, the money for my Patreon last night, and I tried to invite him to this one. He's declined, so that's him. I mean, it's $10. It's fucking gas money. Who wouldn't want $10? I don't need it. I honestly don't. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do. But it's just a gesture that I occasionally will extend to folks because it is fucked up, if he is going through some hard times. He's still a dickhole. I'm still going to criticize him either way. But, I know how it is to be homeless from personal fucking experience. So.
I remember one time I was working in an employee's cafeteria. There's this deaf guy. He'd come in and he'd take food without paying for it, try to take food home, and I'm getting into an argument with him, and I called him a fucking asshole. And this lady coworker comes up, "You can't call him a fucking asshole. He's deaf." I said, "Because he's deaf doesn't make him good. It just makes him deaf."
Yeah.
He's still a fucking asshole.
Deaf people can be assholes. Blind people can be assholes. People can be assholes, hell.
I actually had a deaf guy steal from me, and then somebody said, no, he couldn't do that. He's deaf. I had to sit and think about it for a second. I was like, wait, what?
What the fuck? Yeah.
He's less than able than you. He is incapable of doing wrong. And Hero Brian XX13, we can talk about gay people. I don't know who you are, but I know what your name is a reference to.
If you'll hang on for one quick second while I do a quick sound check to see if I set up my audio right.
What you want?
Yep. Was that the one that you wanted me to play, or was it a different one?
That's the video that is on Chaz's channel about Alex Barton.
Yeah, I noticed that. Was that the one you wanted me to play, or a different one?
I wanted you to play a different one. The one about where Matt.
Give me the link to the one you want me to play, then, and I'll get that one set up.
That one, because I want to see, because there were several claims that from what I understand, there are several claims that were made, and I want to see exactly what the context was behind it, because I like their version of reality, because it's always distorted in the way that they're persecuted, even though they're not. So in order to really get into it, I want to have everybody have the ability to hear it for themselves, and then I guess I'll type something in the chat so we can kind of stop it there and discuss whatever.
I got an ad to skip through, but
take your time.
1, 0, skip ad. There we go. Okay, you want me to start it up now? Let's go.
Yep, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Sunday edition of
let me get our screen region up here because we need our. Okay, it is up. Okay, good.
Just
Never
before
mind.
you do, I'm just going to say I've got to go now and get ready. But thanks for letting me come on and just sort of like give my side of things.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean that's what my channel's about. I mean, people can criticize me about anything as long as they give me the opportunity to defend myself. I'd like that as well. So
You know, that's good. And I urge people, just watch the video before you listen to anybody's misinterpretations of it or assertions about it. It had nothing to do with mocking Alex's depression. It had nothing to do with mocking his personal pain. And if you watch it and you've seen any of my other videos, you'll know I took it light on him and you'll see the point that I'm making. And I knew this backlash would come because I've been seeing this click stuff going on for a while. And it's the perfect time now we can have this discussion about, are there people who are ruining G+.
I wouldn't worry too much about that, you know, Chaz. I don't think it's going to last long.
we'll see. We'll see, but we'll put a tack in it for right now, and then we'll hammer the theists, and then we'll see what how this situation will progress. Because I'm pretty sure it will, like it always does.
Anyway, see you guys later.
Take care, Jess.
All right, everybody, mute for a second while 13 plays, and then I'll put something in the chat for us to stop it. Maybe a minute or two in, so we can discuss whatever the fuck they're talking about.
Incidentally, there will be a slight delay in the broadcast. There's nothing I can do about it. It's the way the audio rig said.
The Bible Thumping Wingnut podcast, Google Hangout, hosted on the BibleThumpingWingnut.com YouTube channel. I am joined tonight by Matt Slick of carm.org, the Christian Apologetics and Research Ministry, and I'm also joined by Andrew Rappaport, author and has a website, strivingforeternity.com, and the Striving for Eternity Academy. Tonight we are going to talk about the Supreme Court of the United States and the legalization of homosexual marriage over all 50 states. And the question is right here, and this is my son, and he's here too. This is Evo. Say hi, buddy. Okay, so we are going to be discussing, as the title says, what is marriage and who gets to define marriage. Now, I know, Andrew, you wanted to kind of have a conversation with Matt about this, so I'm going to turn the conversation over to you, buddy.
Well, thanks. And yeah, I mean, just so we could lay some groundwork before we bring others in, I'm sure that we're going to get some professing atheists that will want to weigh in on this with Matt. But so, Matt, we know the Supreme Court ruled that people of the same sex can get married. So let me first ask, when we talk about marriage, what is marriage? What's the definition of marriage? And you're muted, by the way.
There we go.
Yeah.
The biblical definition is that one man and one woman are to be joined together. Polygamy was permitted in the Old Testament. That's another discussion. And marriage is part of the creation mandate that God instituted in Genesis 1 and 2, by which mankind is to carry out the Great Commission to multiply and fulfill the earth. So
I just had to pause it for a quick moment because, polygamy is obviously another subject because that contradicts what we're just saying. Just had to point that out because I'm a dick.
So that cannot be done in homosexuality. And so, therefore, homosexuality is out of the norm, out of God's decree, out of God's design. It does not produce children. It does not encourage social development. It is not what God has for us. So that's what marriage is.
Okay, I was trying to take down some notes here in the chat. I thought it was interesting that he went straight to the whole procreation thing when God willingly creates people who are sterile and also people who are intersex. So why are they created then? I mean, that's what I would ask.
I think the logical counter-argument is that people that are sterile aren't actually supposed to get married, isn't it? I mean, according to old archaic Jewish law, people were only supposed to actually have sex when they were trying to have children.
That's no fun.
Yeah, well, it's this hypocritical. I mean, if he wants to go, it's also, he's so fixated on traditional marriage I mean, you used to be able to beat the shit out of your wife. Do we want that part of traditional marriage? Because I would argue that a lot of traditional marriage is incredibly sexist and destructive.
Rule of thumb. You can beat your wife with a stick long as it's only as thick as your thumb.
Did anybody notice that he actually said this unchangeable concept called marriage used to be different because you used to be able to have more than one wife, but now it's the same? It's just between a man and a
But he
woman?
also said we weren't going to discuss that because that's a different topic, apparently.
Oh, yes, sorry. Sorry, Matt.
Because how the Bible defines marriage, due to the fact that there's different kinds of marriage in there, we can't have that. We have to go with the definition that we care about for this argument.
In other words, let's get the shame out of the way and get to what we want to go to.
Well, it's also weird because the institution of marriage has changed, like, even over the last century, so much, even just from a social perspective. And, these people, it's like they want to bury their head in the sand and say nothing has changed since, 2,000 years ago, and that's just like denying reality. There's no other way to say it.
Also is denying reality, the claim that somehow homosexuals can't contribute to society. And now I could make an interior decorator joke at that one, but the simple fact of the matter is there have been so many people that are artists, musicians, etc.
Alan Turing.
I was just about to say Alan fucking Turing.
Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
Don't forget all the bakers
and candlestick makers.
I really want to know if Matt Slick knows about Alan Turing. The fact that he made that statement, and the words escaped his mouth and traveled through the fucking internet.
People like, you got to think about it this way. People like him that Alan Turing committed suicide. And you got to remember that what Alan Turing did was he developed the mathematical models that undergird not only all programming languages but all computers. And this was before we had the technology to actually implement these ideas. So imagine, he was in his 40s when he committed suicide, I think? It was 40s or 50s, like very early. Might even be earlier. I'm actually going to Wikipedia that right now. But what if this guy had been able to live, 20 more years?
Oh, man. We're just now talking about quantum computing. We could have had that 10 years ago. I'm just throwing that out there.
He was 41 when he died.
What's
and the reason he committed suicide was because they wanted to chemically castrate him. And he hated that. And just because he couldn't live as himself, how much did our society miss out? How much did it retard the potential technological growth? Because, Turing is one of those guys who, there are very few people in history who, as individuals, shaped history. And he's one of those people.
So this would have to be, I think, somewhere around 30s or 40s. You're talking chemical castration. That would have been during the early eugenics movement when it was going on out in California, I think, wouldn't it?
Let's see, Turing. I'll go back to the Wikipedia page. So he died in 1954.
54. Okay, wow.
And so basically, instead of prison,
post World War II.
Yeah, post World War II. Well, because he did a lot of code breaking in World War II.
Isn't that British guy that was part of the Enigma project?
I don't know if he was part of the Enigma project. He might have been. Yes, he was, I think.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay, I knew the story. I just didn't know the name off the top of my head.
He also predicted. He also predicted some of the central the nature of chemical reactions during the development of during fetal development. So he predicted mathematically some of the ideas that undergird biology to this day.
Yes, but certainly that's not contributing to society.
No. Exactly. I mean, we're talking about someone. Yeah, we're talking about someone who. What happens when you give Alan Turing 30 more years on this planet? How much did we retard progress because of that? Because he's one of the few geniuses where where he individually, who are we, would we have been able to develop computers without Alan? I mean, I think eventually we would have, but how much did he accelerate it because of his genius?
Exactly. I find it obscene that this religious assholes put forth this obscenity that causes people to commit suicide and then say, oh, isn't it a shame they committed suicide? If they just became Christian, fuck them. Fuck them all.
It's a very problematic thing because when you think about it logically, you come to the inevitable conclusion that, you know, this is a person who this is a person who, by all, stretches of the imagination and all descriptions was like a very gentle, nice person who bettered society. But yet, just because he happened to have a different sexual preference than some Abrahamic faith, they forced him to have injections of estrogen to chemically castrate him, and then he committed suicide because he hated the fact that his natural urges and his natural chemistry had to be altered because of intolerance.
Oh, it really pisses me off when they try to equate homosexuality with pedophilia. Consenting adults.
Well, there's a difference between I think what they're trying to say is, pedophilia can be a natural desire, and homosexuality is a natural desire, but we're not talking about, natural desires. We're talking about actions, right? Actions matter more than natural desires.
Yeah, it's consenting adults. Why would they, if it's not just to shut people up, why would they even bring it up? I mean, it's just so petty and ugly to do
because
such a
it's
thing.
the stigma. The stigma of pedophilia is enough to scare anybody and to halt all conversation. As soon as someone's labeled a pedophile, whether they're guilty or not, people will distance themselves. And I think
like calling somebody a racist.
Yeah, I mean, it's just people are more afraid of the stigma than the behavior. That's really what it is, and so that's why it's easy for people like the Family Research Council, and that's why they're a hate group, is because they preach that, and it's a lie. It is an absolute lie, but they get over on these gullible, Christian crowds who eat that shit up.
Yeah.
And it's an issue because, it also, that type of blind bigotry also prevents us from having a very real conversation about what is the moral culpability of pedophilia. And what I mean by that is, okay, these people have these, internal, how do we address the fact that when you look at pedophiles, it's a natural inclination that, look at the recidivism rate for, child molesters. It's horrible. And we need to have a very real conversation about that. But by trying to just blindly stigmatize these people rather than have an actual rational discussion, because what they're doing is horrific. But how do we rationally deal with these problems? It's very much the same as when they stigmatize gay people with sexually transmitted diseases. Like, why don't we just have a reasonable conversation about how do we deal with this problem instead of being like, ew, it's icky,
Well, when pedophilia is involved, how do you become rational when you want to rip the head off the guy who's doing it? You can't be rational and be consumed with rage at the same time.
It's definitely difficult, and I think that that's something that because there are very real conversations you can have about these things, and when you just stigmatize an activity, rightly or wrongly, you prevent yourself from actually looking at this, from a perspective of, okay, how do we actually deal with the problem that's at hand? Do we respond to the fact that it is easier as a gay man to be infected with certain diseases because of the anatomy involved? Do we deal with that by just demonizing gay people, or do we deal with that by actually examining, okay, like, why is this the case? People are going to do this. What do we do about it? And it's the same with, it's the exact same thing with pedophiles, but I mean, obviously not to an extent, because being a pedophile or a child molester, we should differentiate between pedophiles and child molesters. But that's much more horrific, and something that's actually wrong. How do have that conversation, a lot of it's this sort of shock reaction that is built into these conversations with people who are puritanical. And so I'm not saying, oh, let's not, obviously we're going to have our anger. We're going to have, that's a natural reaction. That's, I'd say, the right reaction. But when you play this game of, oh, I just want to hate this group of people, rather than, you know what, these are people and they're doing these things, it's this politics of how do I hate these people, and it has horrible effects on everyone.
All right. Hey, let's go ahead and get back on this video. We may have another hangout, and as it'll actually be a continuation to what Xbox Fiend had a few days ago, or actually about a week ago, on taboo topics that are way too stigmatizing, that people don't even want to talk about it. But it is a good subject, and we will come back to that. So will Roy Montero put a tack on it and continue on with the Matt Slick nonsense.
The covenantal bond between one man and one woman of what, that's what it is. It's a covenantal bond. Be faithful to one another, etc.
Okay, so you're making the argument that God has established the definition, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the first question that we're going to end up getting asked by people is, why would God have the right to define it? Why can't society define it?
Because God is God, not society. It's just as simple as that. God has the right because he's the creator of all things, and truth is measured by what he is, not by what the whimsical desires of society is.
Okay. So first, is marriage defined by love?
Okay, we're getting into these definitions, and I think the first one was what, truth?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, truth has like 15 fucking definitions. For them, truth is going to always be whatever the fuck God says, and that's fine. For those of us in reality, truth is going to be one of the following: the true or actual state of matter, conformity with fact or reality, a verified or undisputable fact, proposition, principle, or the like, such as mathematical truth, the state or character of being true, actuality or actual existence, an obvious or accepted fact, truism, platitude, honesty, integrity, truthfulness, ideal or fundamental reality apart from transcending perceived experience, agreement with a standard or original, accuracy as in position or judgment, or it has another archaic meaning that I didn't even know about. That's cool.
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called theories of truth, and I actually took a course at Cambridge about it, and it's really interesting. And so the three most common, if you're sort of a Western, like English or American bend, is you can say that truth is that which corresponds with reality. That's the correspondence theory. You can say truth is that which fits into a coherent framework. That's the coherence theory of truth. And then there's the pragmatic theory of truth, which is truth is that which pragmatically, that which is pragmatically useful. And there's sort of its own definition of pragmatism. And then you have, dozens of other definitions that are a little bit more minority views, but still philosophically accepted views. And so it's really interesting that none of those views is, well, truth is what God declares by fiat. Because that's just not it's a philosophical conversation stopper. Because there's no way to actually justify what that implies.
Even that, strictly speaking, based upon the Bible, I mean, it doesn't really define marriage. It honestly doesn't. It just has this, you have flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone kind of reference, but that in and of itself isn't defining marriage. It's really a stretch to read that into it.
And we also talked about earlier that the definition of, the quote-unquote definition of marriage has changed as society has changed. Like if I get married, I can't beat the shit out of my wife. Because of society, it's not because of the Bible.
You know, I mean, marriage is no longer a union between a grown man and a 12-year-old girl, as it was back in those days, 12 to 14. I mean, yeah.
It
As
wasn't
I said in the
basically a
past, I
property
think half the
exchange.
reason why the husband beat the hell out of the wife is because subconsciously he wants a husband. Society forced him to get married because you were expected to be married. You
Well,
were expected to
also
be
in
married, have the
terms,
house, have the 2 kids.
then there's all the stuff about being subservient, which was in some of these texts too. I mean, we can't necessarily discount that either.
True.
All right, let's go ahead and move on a little bit further in.
Sure.
I mean, are we as Christians trying to prevent people that love one another from getting married?
No, we're not. We're not trying to prevent people who love one another from getting married. We are just simply trying to uphold godly values, values that strengthen society, not undermine it. And so that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, so if it's not for love, some people say that marriage, the reason that we need to allow people of the same sex to get married is either because of love or because of sex. They want to be able to have physical relations in that way with their partners. Does marriage somehow make that possible, or can people do that apart from marriage?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. If they want to love each other and fool around in the privacy of their own bedrooms, that's their business.
However, it is regarded as sin if it is not within wedlock, so you're forcing gay people to sin based upon your own beliefs, douchebag. Sorry, I had to say it.
Yeah.
They're also making out that marriage is a uniquely Christian possession, which it isn't. I mean, marriage is a concept that covers the world. I can't understand why they think it's just a Christian thing that has to be upheld.
Yeah, that is actually what I was going to say. And also, it seems weird that this is, Mr. Godly, and yet, I mean, obviously Slick is a horrible hypocrite, but it seems odd that Mr. Godly and Mr. Religious Freedom and, et cetera, doesn't respect the religious freedom of, let's say, Native American cultures that actually believe that gay people and transgendered people were in some ways holier than straight people because they had 2 spirits rather than 1. Which is really interesting. I'd put it to Matt Slick is, why should we respect your God over others in the light of the Constitution? I understand that from the light of your personal life, you can justify that, but not from, the First Amendment.
Welcome, Prudent.
Make a quick adjustment here if I can. Hang on 1 second. Okay. Actually, I'll just start this up while I look this up.
Problem is that the homosexual community is trying to get homosexuality, its practice, etc., accepted in society. Part of the way that they're doing it is redefining marriage and trying to force its legalization on all people in America. Even though statistically they're about 3%, they are way overrepresented in government, way overrepresented in the media, way overrepresented, period. And so their rule, through their pushing, has now gotten the liberal United States Supreme Court to basically redefine marriage. And of course we Christians won't recognize that. We real Christians won't recognize it.
Oh, there it is. The real Christians.
Real
Well, also,
I really love how they're the liberal Supreme Court now, but when the Hobby Lobby case happened, oh no, they're great now.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that the most liberal people in that court are such centrist Democrats, other than that fact and that he's politically pig ignorant, I can only think of maybe 1 or 2 Congress people that are actually gay. They're gay people and women are very underrepresented in government. I don't know what he's talking about.
It's the same in the UK as well.
It sounds like anti-Semitic, and they always say that the Jews are everywhere in power.
Well, like you would never hear him say the same thing about black people, right?
Well, not now. 50 years ago, yeah. They
50 years
would be
ago.
the same ones.
Like there are so many of them in the media, and you would never say that. That's a horrible thing to say. But just because this guy likes to, this guy likes to, have sex with another man. I'm not even going to say anything about lesbians because I bet that these guys actually don't have any disgust towards lesbians.
Envy, maybe.
That's a nice screen cap
Unless
of
they
him, by
peg
the
each
way.
other.
What was the timestamp on the no true Scotsman fallacy?
I'm not positive. It was under 5 minutes, though.
Yeah. What, Groovy, you said something? I think you said something about pegging?
Bad joke, sorry.
I wanted to hear it. You barely talk. It's like a gym.
Yeah, we want the jokes. We really do.
I was trying to say they have no problem with lesbians as long as they don't peg each other.
Oh.
Ah, yes.
Just taking on a man's role.
Would it be okay if I were to substitute a pickle for the mic that these guys are using?
Well, it looks like he's already doing it now. You see that screen?
Well, yeah, but I do actually have a nice little picture of a pickle, and yes, this is an actual pickle that I'd love to just insert in there.
You should.
Have at it.
Okay, well, give me 1 second. Let me just finish modifying the image so that it'll go in there right.
Everybody who's watching, too, when he does this, make sure you take a screenshot. And
Doesn't he look like he's about to have a climax?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. File, save as dirty pickle. There we go, and we'll save that right to the desktop, and then I'm just going to have to copy it in there and get rid of the green filter.
Why can't I see that?
Oh, wait a minute, give me a second, let me get that in. I'm actually going to have to put a blue filter on it instead now that I think of it because the pickle's green. Okay, let's get that fixed. Okay, there we go. And save, and give me a second to get it in here, because, yeah, that has to go in there. This is going to take 1 more second. Please bear with me, trust me, it'll be worth it. Oh, where'd the pickle graphic land? I just had to save the damn thing. There we go. Dirty pickle. Okay. Come on, you gonna copy in there or not? Maybe, maybe not. Nope.
Just gotta force it.
Yeah, apparently. Oh, wait, I saved it in the wrong format. That'll help if I actually do it as a JPEG. Duh. File, where
So if you're watching, we're putting a pickle in Mr. Rappaport's mouth.
Close enough, yeah.
I like how he said force.
We're giving him what he wants.
We're providing picklage. There we go. Okay, there we go. Close out of this crap. Sorry about that. I had to do a quick little edit on that to get it in there properly. Yes, it's an actual pickle. Let's see now. Picture, color. Let's see now. Chroma key. Nice little blue chroma key. There we go. Okay, now let me get the browser back up here. There we go. Okay, there's your pickle buddy. Talk into the pickle. Let's get the video going.
For tax benefits.
Oh, why can't I see this?
Shouldn't we allow them to be able to get married so that they can get the same tax benefit you and I get as...
No, because it's redefining marriage. Should not be done.
So why, as Christians, we see the issue of redefining of marriage to be an issue?
Yeah, and the reason is there's a slippery slope problem. Because if marriage is no longer a man and a woman, now it's a man and a man, a woman and a woman, then what's to stop people from saying a man and his daughter, a man and his niece, a man and his dog, a woman...
Oh, he shouldn't have started out with daughter. When going through the list of the people that the Bible says you're not allowed to have sex with, it left that one out. Yahweh forgot that one when he was having it written.
You know, in a few minutes, it actually transpires that incest isn't illegal in New Jersey.
Huh?
Apparently.
I'm sorry, I got to get ready for work. Nice talking to you guys. Bye.
All right, it's nice talking to you.
Okay, here we go. Let's let them get back to talking to the pickle.
And her son, a woman and her nephew, whatever it might be, or polygamy, or as the pedophiles like to say, minors attracted people. So what's to prevent them from starting, and they already have, starting to push to have their sexual orientation be accepted in society? And if the gay, I call it, well, we can just call America now Gay America. So if Gay America wants to say that sexuality and as the issue of marriage is now redefined for them, would give them the right to say it shouldn't be redefined for other groups who claim the same orientation rights as they do. This is the problem.
Yeah, and
Where has that
actually,
ever happened?
it's
Ever?
for people that say, "Oh, Matt, you're making it."
Sorry, Wuffery. We're trying to wait for Drag to say it to pause, but I think you might be transfixed on the pickle.
I
and
am.
yes, that is actually a pickle.
No, we can stop it right there. It's just he even said it. It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope fallacy, because now you have to actually find some type of precedent to say we are going to completely remove consent from the equation. You have to remove consent in order to get to these arguments. There's no way that they can jump from having groups that consent to groups that can't consent and say that there's a logical connection between the two, because we've seen this within the last 100 years where interracial marriage was also said that it was going to be a slippery slope, and eventually cats and animals were going, cats and people were going to be married, and all this other kind of stuff. But again, consent is
We'll read those old court decisions. Like, read the dissents for people who do, for the justices that dissent from interracial marriage, and they sound suspiciously like the gamer. Jesus, Shadow, I cannot concentrate when that penis tickles in the face.
You mean Judge Leon Basil, Loving versus Virginia?
Yeah. You read those dissents against those decisions, and they sound I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Drag, but they sound exactly like the dissents that like Scalia and the others.
I'll actually read one. Judge Leon Basil looked down at Richard Loving and Mildred Jeter Loving as they stood before him in 1959 in the Caroline County, Virginia courtroom. Almighty God, he intoned, created the races white, black, yellow, Malay, and red, and he placed them on separate continents. The fact that he separated the races shows that he did not intend for the races to mix. With that, Judge Basil sentenced the newlywed Lovings to 1 year in jail. Their crime: Mildred is part Negro, part Indian, and Richard is white. And so here we go again, invoking God and his divine will that just so happens to align with that of mortal men upon everyone else in society. If you have your bigoted fucking religion, keep it to your goddamn self. It should have nothing to do with me. If I'm not on a diet, I shouldn't have to make you go on a diet, even though you may look like shit. It doesn't fucking matter. Welcome to having a free country, a democracy, not a theocracy. That is what's being missed here. And that is why this man now has a pickle penis on his face, because he is a shitty person.
It's an exact. I mean, again, you just look at all of the old rhetoric. It's always the same thing, It's let's take this previously held bigotry and then let's slap religion onto it. That's always what it's been, and I suspect that that's kind of always what it's going to be, at least in our country, I'd say. But I think it's very telling that we're at a point now where it's kind of unacceptable to be this homophobic, like in public.
Yeah.
You know what I would love to do? Sorry, Tony.
No, go on.
What would you love to do? We're dying to hear it.
What I would love to do is ask them what part of their religion they disagree with and see them struggle to answer because they've picked all those parts out.
Apparently the part where it didn't actually define marriage.
That would be interesting to talk to Matt Slick one day and actually try and have him discern which sections strictly define this man and a woman, because we've seen multiple relationships. But who knows? Maybe polyamory and polygamy will become legal.
Yeah, they're all basing that on Genesis.
It's not that difficult, really, to talk to him. I mean, Bible Thumping Wingnut always leaves the link, in the public in the public comment section of his Hangouts when Matt Slick's on, so it can't be that difficult.
Oh, Bible thumping
but
Wiener doesn't like me.
No,
it's physically painful, however, to spend any time watching it, never mind clicking on a link. And the other thing to keep in mind is that being somebody that recently had a stroke, you know, I wouldn't want anyone else to have one by having to put up with these guys for more than a couple minutes at a time.
Oh, I've put up with Matt. I've talked to Matt Slick before. He's really infuriating.
Exactly my point. The blood pressure, it hurts. Okay, let's see where he goes with the pickle now. And we get to the right screen here.
Dreams.
There we go.
Here in New Jersey, where I live, there actually is a case where a guy is now using the redefinition of marriage, and he is suing to be able to marry his biological 18-year-old daughter.
Wow. Where was that supposed to be?
New Jersey.
Yeah, he said it was in New Jersey. I tried doing a quick search for it. If anybody's watching, the 27 people watching, if somebody can find that, please bring it up. Someone had mentioned it, but
I did mention it earlier on, Dragnout. What it wasn't this video. It was actually Deconverted Man's reply to this video. He did the search, and apparently it is legal in New Jersey to have incest. There's no law against it.
Okay, so there's no law. Okay.
Apparently. But that was on a video by Deconverted Man.
We'll have to ask him on that then, because I'd be very interested in seeing that. But even though I disagree with that, it is actually, incest is legal up until your third cousin in many states. You can have sex with you and reproduce and marry your third cousin, if I am not mistaken.
In the UK, you can marry your first cousin.
Well, actually, in terms of the biblical naughty no-no list, as long as it's past first cousin, you're fine.
Yeah.
The sexual prohibitions in the Bible are only up to first cousin. Of course, these people don't pay attention to that either, do they?
Yeah, I'm more interested in, you know, the whole recessive genes being passed down to, you know, the child. That's a whole nother topic that we would have to have another hangout on, whether a parent should marry their child. But at the same time, I don't agree with that. That'd be disgusting to have sex with my mother. She's fat, and so I don't.
Oh gosh. Okay.
And so am I.
And that's the only reason.
But no, I wouldn't find my mother attractive enough to do that. I would be really interested in seeing if there was some, you know, abuse before she turned 18. I'd be very interested in knowing if there was, because
it's a different kind of love, isn't it? Yeah,
because you have a loving, caring relationship for the first 18 years or 17 years of your life, and an authority figure, and then now you want to turn that into a romantic relationship. That presents some problems with the relationship, with the mentality of both people going in on it, and of course reproduction. So that to me is just a whole host of problems that I'd rather not even get into, and the pickle grows. And so that would be, you know, my protest against that. But, you know, again, consent is really what we have to look at in much of these cases.
Can I just ask, Shadow, why can't I see the screen share you're doing?
You should be able to.
I think he's in the camera.
It's not actually a screen share. This is actually through XSplit, and it's a matter of it just being shared via Dragnaut. It was shared through the room. If you didn't get his share, then in terms of presenting me to everyone, then you may need to click on me individually.
I've got that, but it's just your wolf squirrel thing.
Oh, check your bandwidth.
Ah, shit! I've turned it right down.
Yeah, that'll make a difference.
Okay. Okay, hold on for a second. Red line, really? You know you're always invited, and you have my fucking phone number. If you really want to invite, my phone is right there, and you could have texted me at any point in time. Don't give me that shit. Hold on, I'm going to invite Redline.
Yeah, I Skyped him, man. And I'm going to get a quick... And well, actually, prior to me going and getting coffee, let me just do one more thing here. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now I'll go get the coffee. I'll be right back.
That's all I need to say.
Oh, I just saw red lines.
I've gone back to just the mic.
Hold on. I'm just gonna put the link out there so people stop asking me. There we go. Yeah, if you're watching, feel free to thumbs up the video. Evidently, I have a few trolls, so, or if you don't like the fucking video, thumb downs it. That's fine too. We're gonna wait till Redline gets in here, and then when Shadow Heathen gets back, we'll continue. And actually, now that yeah, I need to go put up some clothes too for a second, but I have my headset on me. I think it's amazing that some of these guys really they see no problem. They can't look at history as a comprehensive succession of fucking events. It's just where I am at this point in time, and that's all that fucking matters. And whatever happens in the future is only based on what happens at this point in time. And I think that's a really narrow way of looking at history, especially.
Well, drag it. It's one of those things. So I have an admission here: is that I didn't believe that I had white privilege, and here's why. It was because in my past, because I'm of Jewish descent and of a very oppressed people, and my family didn't move here until, you know, sort of the Ellis Island era, which is like late 1800s, early 1900s. I thought that, you know, this is kind of bullshit. Like, why am I being considered it? And it's because I didn't understand that just by me, by virtue of looking like a normal white guy, like I can pass as a Protestant white guy, just by virtue of that I am afforded certain, you know, advantages socially to, you know, someone like you, for instance. I didn't understand that, so I think that a lot of it is that these people don't. Now the difference between me and these people is that I have the self-awareness and the critical thinking to go out and say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong about this, and talking to people, you know. These people don't have that sort of critical eye towards it, and so they just see themselves in a vacuum.
Wow, lots of thumbs down. I think they might have got some of their fans watching. Oh wait, no, that's his video. Never mind.
and that you bring up a good point with that, and that is you can't self-examine. I call it the Roy Montaro effect. When you think you're right, and no one can tell you you're wrong but you. But of course you're right, so you never tell yourself that.
Yeah, and look, there's nothing. Like I always say, there's like I'm not embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I held that viewpoint. And, you know, but then again, you know, like I revised my views based upon talking to people, you know, and based upon reading about the subject and actually understanding what it means, what's to have, you know, and it's one of those things where, you know what, there's no crime in holding an ignorant view. There's a crime in, and obviously in these people's case, is willingly not submitting to what other people and other sources have to say about something.
Or more so what people claim the other sources say that the other sources don't even actually say.
Oh, yes. I know they're going to get on the being forced, preachers and vicars being forced to marry gay men and women and other people of the LGBTQ community. So, I can't wait to that, because you know it's dishonesty.
It's even sillier because you're not telling them that they need to get married to them. Oh, wait, that's not what they meant. Anyway, here we go, talking to the pickle.
And so...
I could meet him and have a discussion with him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That stuff angers me.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's a form of pedophilia and incest. Well, what right does the government have to say, what moral right does it have to say, no, that's not right? Who are these men? They say it's a constitutional right. Homosexuality is not a constitutional right. It's not a constitutional right to marry someone of the same sex, but they say it is. So who are they to redefine what marriage is? Just because they pass a law, it doesn't mean that that's what it is. It doesn't mean it's morally right or wrong. And if they're going to just simply say, well, look, the marriage definition is now extended to male and female, but not to male and child, male and animal, male and incestual relationships. Really? And what justifies that? If they're going to find the same issues, they're going to find, they're going to look to the Constitution and say it's a basic civil right or whatever it is that they
I find the pickle to be making this much more watchable.
Yeah, and also, does Matt Slick reject judicial review? Does he deny the idea that the Supreme Court is what determines what is constitutional or not? Because I mean, look, he can take that stance. It's just rejected by pretty much every legal scholar out there.
The thing is that ultimately it's not about gay marriage. It's about people being treated with equality.
Mm-hmm.
It's about not discriminating.
It's about the 14th Amendment and the First Amendment. It's about freedom of expression and freedom of religion combined with the fact that due process is available to all human beings, or, I should say it's all human beings who are citizens of the United States of America. I mean, this is basic civics. This is something you learn in high school AP political science. I shouldn't be schooling this guy on what the Constitution says. Like, I'm by no means an expert on it.
In all fairness, this is Matt Slick. Everyone has already schooled him.
This is true. This is true.
Thank you.
Reality kind of bounces off. Okay, back to the pickle.
They justify it as, well, then how are they going to draw the line? Where are they going to stop it at? And all the pedophiles have got to do, and others have got to do, is lobby, the way the homosexuals did, to get even more
No.
I just clicked the wrong screen, but no, actually, there is a group out there that I'm trying to remember the name of it. NAMBLA, that's it. Yeah, they've had zero success. Thank you very much.
And they've been around for a few decades, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Yes.
Long enough for South Park to have fun with them, yeah.
Yeah, South Park did have fun with them. In fact, there was a Criminal Minds episode about them as well. When because the thing is that when what he doesn't seem to understand is consenting adults.
Yeah, we have this very clear standard that's just that's consenting individuals. It's that's how it works. But these people are idiots.
Yeah. Stating the obvious, Sam.
Okay.
liberal judges in place in order to pass laws the way they want and force it
Well, most of these judges, as a conservative, had to point that out.
on everybody else.
Okay, so now you brought the Constitution in. And this is an argument that many end up making, is they make the case that there's a separation of church and state, and therefore the church should stay out of these issues. What's the response to that?
I'd say keep the government out of our lives. If they want separation of church and state, usually what the liberals want is they want separation.
Okay, keep the government out of our lives. So this includes police and fire, right?
The church and state, what they mean is they don't want the state, the church influencing the state, but they have no problem with the state influencing the church. So their hypocrisy is just profound.
Wrong.
Incorrect.
Yeah, that's completely wrong. No one is saying all gay marriage. This guy's a fucking moron. All gay marriage means is that the state recognizes it. It has nothing to do with your church has no mandate to recognize it. In fact, I'd be against it if the church did.
Yeah, in my state, churches aren't even required to have handicap parking signs, much less accept gay marriage. I mean, what the fuck is this guy smoking?
And in relation to certain things, in some circumstances, the state or government needs to be able to do some forms of regulation when it does come to determining what is or isn't a religion, what is and isn't a church, these kind of stuff. So there does need to be some degree of state involvement. We don't want Manson to be founding a church, for fuck's sake. I mean, if the family got to be, or Branch Davidians got to be a proper, religion, anyway.
Well, you're talking to someone that has no knowledge of prior case law.
Agreed.
Hang on, BRB.
Okay, I didn't know if you were going to try talking again or what. Okay, back to talking to the pickle.
Keep their hands out of our business. So we Christians, for example, this is what I'm concerned about. The we Christians are now going to be persecuted, and people are going to go into churches. Homosexuals are going to go into churches and ask pastors, "You're going to marry us?" "No, we're not going to." "You're violating my civil rights. We're going to sue you."
Whoa.
This is what I'm worried about. This is the main.
There has not been a stipulation for that. And for that matter, if you are a straight couple and go into a church, the pastor can refuse to marry you.
Someone's
It
lying.
should be noted Yeah, it should be noted also that if you set up that, this means that you should not set up your church as a place of public weddings, because if you do, then there are state laws that say, oh, you can't discriminate as to who can use that site. So, pro tip: if you're the head of a church and you don't like gay marriage, don't let your place be
Well, if
considered
you're
a
the head of a
public
church and you
wedding
don't like
place.
atheist marriage, you can refuse to let them get married in your building.
And by the way, I have no problem with that.
I don't
think
either.
that's fine. That's
And
within their rights.
And see, there's a workaround that my wife and I had to do because we didn't have a wedding in a church. We had it at the gazebo at my old college, and I paid like $300 for the fucking to like rent it. What I had to end up doing is because the state of Louisiana, the state, requires you to have a church on your marriage certificate. You don't have an option. To be legally married, you need to have a church of some form. So, us cool free thinkers have a Facebook group in Louisiana, and they directed me to the Church of Free Thought. And it just so happens I had a classmate who is an ordained minister of said church. He, my classmate, was my minister for my marriage. So before he goes on about this, whole government sticking its pickle, its business, and into his stuff, I don't want to hear that shit. I shouldn't have had to go through all that nonsense in order to be married to my wife, who I'm still married to, by the way.
Congrats. Anyway, I'm back. Fucking people bugging me.
Same thing. And not only that, what's to stop them from saying, now what you are is a person who promotes hate, and we're going to take your children away from you because you are someone who promotes hate and you're not fit to be a proper parent.
God.
Oh, I don't know about where he lives, but in Texas it's a lot harder. You can promote all the hate you want and still not lose your kids.
I'm not sure. I know of people that deny having their children see a doctor to the point where they actually end up killing them that are fucking protected in some states. I don't see the fucking religious parenthood oppression happening. In fact, I'm seeing the opposite. I'm seeing religious parents oppressing the children so much so that's actually fucking killing them.
Well, the other thing that I've seen in a lot of districts, especially when you have rather religious judges sitting on the benches, they will side in favor of those that they consider to be more aligned with their own religious views in many cases as well. There are heavy biases there from the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I had to deal with this once.
I mean, I don't know where this fucktard's getting his information. Well, I know where he's getting his information out of his ass. Sorry, dumb question.
Okay. Oh, that was from you a while ago, right? Okay.
What's to stop the state? Well, let's just look at 1984, that book, or Fahrenheit 451, or Brave New World, and these dystopia sci-fi novels that talk about the state telling the people what is right and what is wrong, and the thought police coming out of the woodwork telling us what we ought to do, what we ought not to do, and when we don't conform to what the state tells us, then what happens is they start confiscating our property and our freedoms.
I should note that his objection is that he's not the one telling people what the thought crimes are and what one shouldn't do.
As well as our children. These are the kinds of things I'm worried about. And if you don't think it's going to happen, well, let's just wait and see, because we already know that.
I'm having
over this stuff.
Sorry.
Now that it's made
I'm seeing echoes of my mouse when I'm moving it, so I keep hitting the wrong one. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is that there is no thought police. The only thing that we're showing is that your beliefs don't impact other people. This is exactly the type of separation that you're actually asking for by bringing up that point. You know, if you don't want people dictating right and wrong for you personally, then you should actually be supporting it because your bigotry has no impact on their lives anymore. And not only that, I didn't see anything in the ruling that said that your children are now going to be forced to have gay marriages. If you don't want to marry a gay person, don't fucking marry a gay person. No one gives a fuck. The only people that are giving a fuck are you because it goes against your religious point of view. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I did check with the law firm my wife works at, and apparently our marriage is still very much valid. So,
exactly.
What a relief.
Oh yeah, really? Like I had to actually ask.
Legal, you know that the homosexual agenda is going to go in, as the Bible talks about, going to go in, and it's going to start making more problems for us.
Matt, did you hear what the Texas governor did? The law that the law that he
wrong one.
he passed. I think it was called the Pastoral Protection Bill, or the Pastoral Protection.
I haven't heard. Just so you guys know, I've been in Utah for 4 or 5 days witnessing to Mormons. I literally just got home about an hour ago. So I've been out of commission. Okay, so I haven't heard what's going on.
Yes. Well, go ahead, Len. Why don't you define the law?
No, that's I just want to say anyone who's coming in, for some reason the cameraman setting didn't work, so I'll be muting people as they come in, and I'll invite you into the conversation when we're ready to invite others into the conversation. Here's what I want, because Matt, I affirm everything that you said, and I think that within 10 years homeschooling is going to be a crime, most likely, and homeschoolers are going to be targeted because
they're all Christian, right?
Look, it takes a village. You can't remove your children from the state's custody because they're not really your children. I think.
Notice when Pinocchio lies, his pickle shrinks.
Yeah, this is. I mean, we can talk about the ethics of homeschooling, but like, I don't think that I don't think that Matthew 4:19 or Matt Slick are qualified to homeschool people, but yet they have the right to do that. Like, I think that there's a legitimate ethical discussion to have about homeschooling, but and as to whether it should be legal, I don't know the laws around compulsory schooling, so I don't quite know. But it's funny that the most uneducated people in our society are the ones who are advocating for homeschooling. The people who are least equipped to be homeschooled.
They don't want their kids to be taught the truth, that the Earth is not 6,000 years old, is not flat as a fucking pancake, and yes, dinosaurs did roam this Earth 65 million years ago and were killed by a fucking rock.
Well, there's
we didn't ride them like in the Flintstones.
Yeah, we didn't ride them, and no, when they are classified as meat eaters, that means they ate meat. Fucking idiots.
I just wanted to say, I'm not actually so much against homeschooling in particular because I am a pretty big school choice advocate. It's just that I just wish that homeschooling was advocated for by the right kind of people.
Here's the thing: is like my parents couldn't homeschool me because they were busy working, and they're very well educated people. And even then, when I asked them about homeschooling, they're like, "No, we're not teachers. Like, my dad was like, I don't know shit about math beyond like a 8th grade level, pretty much. And my dad's a very educated guy. So like, it's funny that the most reflective people, they're like, no, I couldn't teach my child all these things. Like, that's why I go to people who are qualified.
Well, but the more traditional people probably would have more time for that because we're talking about the family, where the traditional idea is, for the man of the house to be the breadwinner, and for the woman, to stay at home, educate the kids, keep the house clean, and such.
Yeah, the thing is,
because those women are so well educated, and there's no societal stigma against them, knowing a lot of shit.
For people to be educators at home, I'm thinking I have nothing against homeschooling so long as you know what the hell you're talking about. If you're going to sit there and teach your kids, all this bullshit, then no, I would not be in support for that. And I think there has to be some way for us to investigate that to say, okay, well, we got to make sure that the kid you bring up in society is not going to be a total dumb fuck. Otherwise, I would equate that to child abuse. And if child abuse is illegal, then that's something that should definitely be looked at.
Well, here's the thing of how the stats run. Like when they ask parents, like, well, what's the main reason why you homeschool your kids? The number one reason is actually out of frustration of the public school system. I get that one. The second most cited reason, and it's the one I'm not so happy about, is because of religious reasons.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why homeschool gets a lot of stigma.
I would say that if you're gonna homeschool it, make sure the comparison cannot be made by any rational person between what you're teaching them and child abuse. If that comparison cannot be made, then I would have no problem with that. But the moment you can actually make that comparison, something is really fucked up and something needs to be addressed. My opinion.
I think that that's absolutely a reality. But we're living in the now, Matt. So what are the practical things that Christians now need to be doing in response to this?
Well, let me Jesus. I'm actually not sure. I haven't thought it through. Just been driving, and I wasn't feeling well today, so I haven't really got through too much of this stuff. I don't know what the practical things are. I do know, however, that what we're going to do here at CARM is we're going to be talking to our lawyer, and we're going to be making sure, hopefully, that we're legally protected. Because I'll tell you right now.
Actually, it's a pickle, but anyway.
Wait a minute. Legally protected from what? From.
Hey, Len, you
Sorry about that. That was not me pausing it, but go ahead.
Yeah, the legally protected from what? From him being a fucking bigoted asshole? No, you're protected. It's underneath that thing known as free speech. Look it the fuck up. You don't need a lawyer.
As a footnote, it's actually a pickle, mind you. Rise. That's an actual pickle.
It's a pickle.
Was he getting excited?
No, I just read a comment in the sidebar. I'm like, no, it's a pickle. It's an actual pickle.
It's a pickle. Don't worry.
Just a pickle.
Oh my god, that penis has a horrible infection.
No, it's still a pickle.
It's a pickle. Or a penis with a horrible infection. Let your imagination go wild with that one.
Yeah, I actually had a picture ages ago with a pickle and a big mass of dough, and I was going to use that one, but I couldn't find it, so I had to grab this.
Muted, Matt. You muted the wrong person, Len.
Okay, there we go. I'm back on. So I was going to say, right now on CARM, I'm looking on my other monitor. I'm looking at Google Analytics. We've been averaging, because summer's bad, and June's one of our worst months, we've been averaging about 50,000 to 60,000 page views a day. And it's dropped down quite a bit during the summer. That's what happens. And we'll have an average of 100 to 150, sometimes 200 people on right now. Right now, we have 446. And the #1 article is, what is it on the CARM that's being accessed, is what does the Bible say about homosexuality? There's 126 people looking at it right now.
Because they're all bigoted douches.
This is an important issue. So we're going to be looking at it here legally, what we can do. We're already protected, supposedly protected legally, in our bylaws and in our statement of faith that we consider homosexuality to be a sinful action, just as we consider adultery and fornication to be sinful.
Yes, but you still do that.
People, and 133 people reading the homosexuality issue. Now, just went to 461. I'll stop doing that because it's distracting. But what I would recommend is that Christians be ready to be persecuted. They start praying and be ready to have lawsuits against them. The average Christian isn't going to have to worry about this. The kind of Christians who are going to have to worry about it are going to be people like myself and pastors. Because I'm going to tell you something. I'd love to be able to be given here like 5 or 10 minutes to go through Romans chapter 1 and talk about what's happening, because this is important. It's not going to just be a redefinition of marriage. Hey, everything's fine and homosexuals are happy. It is not going to stop there. It's going to stop with them coming into the churches and coming into businesses and telling us what we can and cannot do. It's going to get to the point, I really do believe this, of what we can do in our homes.
Oh my god.
No.
It sounds to me like he was actually discussing SJWs, but, you know.
Is he like going over like barcode tattoo type of bullshit? Because quite honestly, it's not getting pushed that far. The only thing that this decision has made is that, you know, gays can now legally get married. That they have, you know, that's underneath the Constitution. You know, that's the only thing that's been said here. It does not change your life whatsoever. You know, the only reason is because you're butthurt that they didn't listen to Jesus when making their ruling. Because quite honestly, fuck that guy. Times have changed, and now we realize that when he said a whole bunch of shit, he said a whole bunch of shit that doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense,
I've got to counter you, Red. Hang on, I've got to counter you. Now, Jesus said nothing about homosexuality. For that matter, he didn't invite.
I meant religious or something like that.
Keep in mind, he didn't invite Timothy into his tent to show him the kingdom of heaven. But beyond that, the one that made a big deal about it was Paul. Jesus was silent on the issue.
Is Jesus God?
Allegedly.
And then does God condone homosexuality? I'm sure he hates it just as much as Paul does.
Well, there's that one reference in the Old Testament when they're dealing with sexual bylaws, but other than that, there isn't much of jack shit. But we're not supposed to see into that covenant anyway, and a fair argument could be made, since Jesus was silent on the issue, that Paul was simply using his own bias from being part of the Sanhedrin prior to co-opting and taking over the Jesus movement.
I'm just saying. If God said homosexually bad and Jesus is God, then by definition Jesus said that. In that case, go fuck yourself, Jesus. Even though you have very nice hair, I would give a lot to have your hair.
You already do.
Damn it.
Yeah, you actually do. I'm gonna co-sign on that. But anyway, it kind of tells you a bit about like the whole. I thought he was kind of at least build up to the Christian persecution complex. He just went full G-man. Just said, fuck it, you know.
Full G-man.
He
go
did.
full G-man.
He went from 0 to full G-man. Like, they're going to be in our homes. You know, it's like, well, okay, so are they going to just, is the government going to mandate that your televisions have installed devices to hear every time you say the word fag, and you know you get fined, like in what is the movie? Demolition Man.
Yeah. He's basically saying the government's going to burst into my house and make sure that my son grows up to be gay. No, that's not what's happening. All that's happening is that your bigotry now all of a sudden has been called out on its bullshit. That's all that happened.
I wonder what is the morality on the Christian worldview of disowning your daughter on the basis that she disagrees with your theological position?
Well, I was actually about to mention that, you know. Anyway.
Because that's why I have no respect for Matt Slick, apart from anything else. It's just that's a cunty thing to do. Is that what actually
happened?
That is what happened. He disowned his daughter.
Really?
Yeah.
I can link you a blog post about it if you want to see it.
If you can send me that'd be great. I know his daughter is an atheist, but I didn't think it went that deep.
Yeah, he disowned her, and the thing is, I'm willing to bet that part of what, so to speak, turned her towards atheism was the crappy ass arguments this douchebag makes.
Yeah, of course.
I'd be really interested in talking to her because I have a feeling that there are some other things that are other skeletons in his closet that she would illuminate for us.
Nah, I'd love that as well.
Be like, oh, you want a candlestick? Fuck that. I'll bring a goddamn spotlight.
Anyway, Slick, talk to the pickle.
As far as instructing our children, I do not believe the homosexual agenda, the people who are pushing that, are going to stop. I believe they're going to continue and continue and continue.
In fact, I mean, the points.
That Bob was perfect.
Oh, now it's turning against Rappaport.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
Robin right against it.
Okay.
Oh!
Here we go. Now I'm ready for him.
You brought up where part of the arguments that were made in the Supreme Court when they had the hearings was the effect that this is going to have on pastors, the effect this is going to have on organizations. Many think that this is going to be used to remove the nonprofit status for churches, which for many small churches, they would crumble if they have to start paying property tax on the church.
Okay. That's why
Matt's
shitting a brick.
You know, I'd love it if they had to pay property taxes.
It's complicated
because a good start.
Once you can pay taxes, you can then donate money to political causes, and I don't.
They're doing that anyway.
Yeah, churches kind of do that anyway, though.
If they're doing it anyway, they should be fucking taxed.
If anything, they're the ones getting a little bit of benefits that they don't really fucking deserve, and they're bitching on the gay people getting the right to fucking marry when that in itself has zero fucking effect on them. Oh wow.
The church needs to be purified, and this is what happens. We look in the Old Testament. We're going to see what's going to happen by looking in the Old Testament. We can extrapolate what's going to happen now. In the Old Testament, when the people of God became complacent and started desiring their best life now, and all other kinds of idiocy that are being taught from the pulpit.
Oh no, they wanted the best life now. How horrible!
So
the idea.
I have a question for Matt. You know, that really ill-fitting, shitty T-shirt that you're wearing. Is that 100% one fabric, or is it a blend? Because I recall that there was a commandment in the Old Testament about that in Leviticus.
Well, no.
About,
But the thing is, when you get to books like Galatians, it says that we're no longer under the covenant. You know, the covenant that says things like gays shouldn't be together.
what about shellfish? Does Matt Slick like lobster?
No.
I don't know, but he sure seems to like pickle.
Of just being comfortable and turn the other cheek and just do nothing. When we become so complacent that so many heresies are taught in the church that we're not even the ones who are the salt in the community anymore, then God allows the church, the people of God, I'll say, to become persecuted. And when that happens, then the real believers in God solidify and stand for the faith and are persecuted, sometimes executed. And the other ones, they just bail. This is what's going to happen. I have no problem with the 501.
Oh, gosh. Yes, gay marriage, next thing you know. Somehow gay marriage leads to people executing Christians in the street. Right. I think Lasoya did a video on that.
Yeah, what is that called? Slippery slope fallacy?
This isn't even slippery slope. This is just, what the... There's no way to even connect the dots.
There it is. If you've seen the movie V for Vendetta, it's the same thing, but with Stephen Fry, but in reverse.
Oh, I see. So instead of a slippery slope, he went full fucking ski resort.
Yeah, we should be out killing gays, not the other way around. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, there aren't any gays. Yeah. Fucking idiot.
1C3 thing being removed so that the nonprofit status is fine. Because you know what? That just frees the pulpit to be able to say, you know what? This is what's going on in our country politically, and the pastors should be speaking about it and should be doing that. We've already talked about this here yesterday. We talked about it, that if Carm loses his 501c3, which is fine with me, I'll just...
Whoa. Did you hear that?
Yep, you said it. I have no problem with that either.
Okay.
Make a lot of cutbacks. If I have to get a job, I'll do what I got to do. I don't care.
Oh,
I'm going
shit.
to continue to go through and say even more fervently what needs to be said. I think that the Christians need to wake up and start saying what needs to be said.
But my disabled ass has a fucking weekend job. He actually makes a living off of telling people bullshit. I'm in the wrong business.
Holy
it's easy,
fuck!
man.
I actually have to. I work nights, and I could make a living spouting pure horse shit. Oh man, where the fuck do I sign up? All right, guys. See you guys. I'm gonna go.
Well, I'm willing to bet he makes more money than I do as a graduate student, actually trying to, find a cure for cancer.
That's not important. Getting Jesus is important. Cancer.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I'll have to bug you about that later. We had some little troll bugging us going, I'd spend my day curing cancer. What do you do? I'm like, sure you do. Yeah, we know somebody that actually does, asshole. Anyway.
If you're just now tuning in, we got a lot of viewers. We're going over the Matt Slick Bible thumping wingnut discussion about the horrors that is the legalization of gay marriage.
And we have a pickle.
There is a pickle.
Oh, horrors! I thought you said the whores.
Okay, you're the only person. You're the only person on Google Plus who's caught that. I cannot say HORROR.
Oh, I've noticed. I've just never called you on it.
Okay, yeah, no one says anything. I think
no,
it's
because it's funny when you say it. We just sit there and giggle. We don't want you to stop. Hell no.
I'm gonna laugh too because I know I can't say that word.
Oh.
So if we get you saying it right, we won't get the laughs.
Oh, I wasn't the only one that caught that. Okay, now I don't feel so bad.
Okay.
Sorry, Dragnet.
It's all good.
Okay. Now talk to the pickle.
Things though that is right. So we have the court saying that these are possible issues where now churches are going to be forced to have to marry people of the same sex, or they won't be able to marry anyone.
Citation, please. Citation, please.
So here's the thing though that's really interesting is when we listen to the arguments that we're hearing in the blogosphere, is that if anybody does not believe in same-sex marriage, they should not have the right to vote.
Yep.
Whoa, hold on, let's stop that.
Kidding me.
Okay, can anybody, there's like 30-something people watching, can somebody find something and link it to anybody who's on the panel, because I want to highlight that, because I have yet to see anything remotely close to that. See you later, Sam. I think that's another fallacious
Hey, Hey, Dragna, I got a link here about how that is pure horse shit. Does that count?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, well, hang
I'll
on a
post it
second.
in the comments.
I'm going to say something that's not really in defense, but almost, but not quite. Is that I've made the statement numerous times that if a vote is pertaining to a demographic that you're not a member of, I don't think you should vote on that issue.
Okay, I can kind of understand that. A bunch of men voting on women's rights issues kind of seems out of whack.
Yeah. You know, I mean, if you're not part of a group, I think that you're just imposing your views on theirs if you're voting on something like that. But that's neither here nor there, really. I don't think this guy's worthy of the pickle. Let's shrink it down. Okay.
And that's
They
really
are not tolerant.
correct.
They are
And-
not tolerant. They want to persecute. They want to control. They are full of hatred. Now, look, I'm going to read you a verse.
Okay, stop,
This is
stop,
very
stop,
important.
stop. Holy fucking pot calling the kettle black, Batman. What the actual... I mean, you're saying not tolerant and full... oh my... Hypocrite alert. Okay, I need to go bash my face against the wall. Be right back.
Hey, Heavy Hauler, you like the pickle?
Yeah, I just got through eating and started watching this, and I'm like, I have got to fucking come in here.
You are always welcome, Heavy Hauler.
Yeah, I just couldn't find the link. That was my fault.
Oh, next time somebody joins, I'm going to have to extend my view up on top.
A lot of people don't know about this verse. Hold on one second. Well, I'll mute my mic, clear my throat. Okay.
I'm not at all childish, am I?
I do want to go through Romans 1 because we need to, but I'm going to read the last verse of Romans 1 and then the first verse of Romans 2. This is the last verse of Romans chapter 1. And although they knew the ordinance of God, that those who practice such things are worthy of death, they not only do the same, but also give hearty approval to those who practice them. Talking about various levels of sin. Therefore, you have no excuse, every one of you who passes judgment, for in that you judge another, you condemn yourself, for you who judge practice the same thing.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, who's judging what, fucker?
Hang on a second. I got to do this one more time.
And that's
Okay,
really
not tolerant.
correct.
They are not tolerant. They want to persecute. They want to control. They are full of hatred. Now, look, I'm going to read you a verse. This is very important, this verse. A lot of people don't know about this verse. Hold on one second. Well, I'll mute my mic, clear my throat. Okay.
I got a tick in my face.
I do want to go through Romans 1 because we need to, but I'm going to read the last verse of Romans 1 and then the first verse of Romans 2. This is the last verse of Romans chapter 1. And although they knew the ordinance of God, that those who practice such things are worthy of death, they not only do the same, but also give hearty approval to those who practice them. Talking about various levels of sin. Therefore, you have no excuse, every one of you who passes judgment, for in that you judge another, you condemn yourself, for you who judge practice the same thing. Now he's talking to the Jews.
Irony alert.
Their self-righteousness, but you know what? It fits. It fits with the liberal left because they are the self-righteous judges of what is to be right and what is to be wrong. And not only are they trying to pronounce and force their views upon everybody in this country, they want to silence those people who don't agree with them.
Wow, is he talking about Christians or who is he talking about again?
Oh,
It could have went either way.
You know, don't get me wrong. I would be more than happy for you guys to shut the fuck up. But the thing is that you guys have fucking stadiums so that you can spew your bullshit. We're not stopping you from having those stadiums. I mean...
and ever
yes, we... hang on. No, I want to frame that a little bit better if you don't mind, Red. You have entire stadiums that you fill up with people and then sit there and tell people who to hate. And then you sit there and tell them all and start judging people around you. So please, please, why don't you tell us how we should be doing it? Because apparently we're not judging them harshly or as fucked up as you are. We must be doing it wrong.
Yeah, the way he was talking, you know, from what we've seen and heard, he was talking about himself.
Yeah.
And the other fundamental, the real hardline fundamentalists. I mean, ever since the ruling came down, these people and Fox News, they've been coming out with all this fucking hate and fear-mongering and talking bullshit, and they don't even know, they know what they're talking about. They're just trying to generate a lot of hate and fear. Like saying pastors are going to be fined or discriminated against or whatever for not performing weddings. That is separation of church and state right there. It's the government doing what it's supposed to. They're not forcing churches to marry people. Pastors can deny marriage of heterosexual couples too. You know, now if only some of these Christian organizations or him and all this shit would take a fucking hint and do their part to keep church out of the state or whatever, you know, to keep, you know. Oh, excuse me. Y'all go ahead. I'm sorry. It just pisses me off to hear this hypocritical bullshit.
It should. It is bullshit, and they know what they're doing. They know they're being dishonest. They know that it is. It's not. They have no type of precedent that they can state that says, you know what? Now this will lead to this. Now we'll just throw consent to the wind, and it's going to be open season. It is that constant persecution complex that's driving this. I'm going to bring up one example. I'm going to bring up one example. When AIDS started, and they started finding cases, you know, people getting sick, and they wasn't sure what to do. There was a lot of bullshit going out about that. Even after medication was found to save people's lives, you know, that were HIV positive, there was still shit going around, and one was like, and this was from someone who used to be a good friend of mine, but he's a conspiracy nut. He was believing this shit that the AIDS virus was airborne. And I'm like, and I almost want to tell him, I said, dude, we're all dead if it was.
Who in the fuck is
It's not working. Oh well.
I've seen Anna Muse before. She was in one of Nadia's hangouts. Hello, Anna. Okay, I guess she's getting her stuff fixed out. Okay, on that note, Heavy Hollow, you reminded me of something my own mother told me. And by the way, for those watching, my mother actually does watch my videos. If you didn't see my hangout last night.
Hi, Dragnot's mom. Don't think I'm a bad influence.
He's
really a nice guy. He really is.
Yeah, right. She doesn't, but she tells me I'm condescending. So you don't have to lie to her. She watches them on her free time. But this one thing, and you know, I can't blame my mother for having inaccurate information, but it makes me wonder how things like this get perpetuated, because there was a group of twin girls. One pair of twin girls that we lived near, and she didn't want me to breathe near them because she believed that, you know, I could contract you know, the HIV virus from their breath or just being in the proximity of them. So she wanted me to keep like a minimum distance, and I was scared to death. You know, I wanted to be their friend, but I didn't want to get AIDS. I didn't even know what AIDS and HIV fucking was. So it's really just horrible how shit like that gets perpetuated through just ignorance.
It is also on a completely separate note, sent you a text, Dragnot. Check it out when you're done.
Oh, I gotta go back inside and get my phone.
Aw.
I mean, actually, once they found out about the HIV virus, it's hard to catch it unless you're having, you know, unprotected sex or coming in contact with blood or something.
Your life.
Because the virus itself doesn't live long outside the body. I mean, you know, once it hits the air, you know, it's like if there was some blood spilled, the virus is in there. So, you know, definitely don't touch that, but you know, it'll die away pretty quick. You know? Oh no. Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is what's happening. So they are going to be trying more and more to go into churches and stop them and imprison people and have lawsuits against people because.
Oh, bullshit. Okay.
Where is he getting this shit? From Glenn Beck and that other cotton-haired dude?
He's not having a fucking ski resort. He just went skydiving.
The question is, how many words at once can he say without people objecting because he's being an idiot? Okay, let's find out.
They want to be the ones in control. This is the...
Okay, they want to be the ones in... And once he gets to control, that's 7. Okay, let's try again.
The nature of the sinful self.
Okay, there we go. That's 3 words that time. Yeah.
Won't beat that.
Yeah, that's up.
Sinful desires.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, where's Cliff Jumper? He should have a bingo card for him. This guy.
Oh, yeah.
Of the fallen nature of the unregenerate. That is their desire. And hopefully we'll get some of them online here. And I'll have a conversation. And we'll show you that is exactly what the case is with them.
Well, conveniently, we have people who support homosexuals, and we happen to have our own resident homosexuals. In fact, we have several. So, would anybody like to speak up on behalf of the homosexual enablers and the sin grabbers, or whatever the hell he was calling them?
I still say it's hate and fear mongering. I mean, what?
Yeah.
The only thing, this whole thing has been about equal rights. That's all. It's not about control. It's not about burning down churches or anything. It's just about equal rights. I mean, there are many homosexuals, men and women, that are Christians, that go to church, that have.
He doesn't look at them as Christian. He wants them to be put down, and unless they're put down, he doesn't feel like things are fair. When that mentality isn't fair in itself, so he wants things to be one-sided in his favor. And if we're putting everyone on an equal playing field, I mean, if you're right balanced the way it should be, he doesn't like that. Why? Because Jesus said so for some fucking, or Bible said so, or God said so, or whoever the fuck he considers an authority said so.
The very things he's saying that we will do to Christianity or whatever are the very things that they have been doing to other people that don't believe like they do.
Later, Tony. I think the issue is that we're stepping on. Oh, I got that the wrong way around. Yeah, his issue is that we're stepping on his rights to step on other people's rights. I think that's his complaint.
Yes.
Well, we're stepping on his perceived right to step on the rights of others. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yes,
I know that's what you're saying. I just want to make sure it sounded clearer.
Yeah, no one's going to fucking churches with pitchforks and torches and whatnot, trying to burn the shit down simply because gay marriage is now legalized. People were just trying to do what you yourself were doing, basically get married, realize it's a big ass fucking mistake, be miserable for the rest of your life because you gotta come home to your significant other.
On a side note, there are actually 9 churches that were burned down recently, but they were black churches. Just want to throw that out there, Matt Slick. If you want to look up what real persecution is, you should actually talk about
who
that.
Who were they burned down by the way?
They're still researching. They don't know who it is. We have no idea.
Well, it wasn't from people that flew like. All I heard out of that was they flew the Confederate flag.
Well, that's
just to clarify, I'm not saying that he hasn't. What I'm saying is from his perspective, not my perspective. From Matt Slick's perspective, is we're trying to stop his right to stop other people's rights. From his perspective, just to clarify, that's what I meant.
Yeah, from his perspective, and his perspective is like, okay, take your head, shove it up your own ass. That's his perspective.
After I said that, one of my neighbors across the way just went inside.
So let me ask you this, Matt. Based on those that believe in a separation of church and state.
I think he likes Matt.
Now, first off, is there a separation of church and state in our Constitution?
There is and there isn't. Because if you read the Declaration of Independence,
yes or no?
It's right from God. So then the Declaration of Independence, according to some people, wouldn't even be constitutional, even though it's written by the guys who wrote the Constitution.
Well, this.
Oh God, we've seen those notes. You fucking moron.
The idea of separation of church and state.
Oh, go ahead.
So can I have a translation? What did he actually just say?
That yes, it's in there, but it doesn't count in essence.
Oh, okay. It's just in there for the lols.
Did he mention the part that Moses wrote?
No, that's only in the Texas curriculum.
Written in, we first find it in the writings of Thomas Jefferson. He's writing it to a church because he's a deist, and he's explaining that there's a separation of church and state, saying that the state will stay out of the church business. That's what the fear that they had, was that Thomas Jefferson was going to start bringing us back into
But it goes both ways, motherfuckers. It goes both fucking ways. It's a two-way street.
I was just thinking, the way he was phrasing that, he seemed to be
Yeah, the
implying
way
that
he was
it's only
phrasing
the
it.
state is supposed to stay out of the church, not the other way
Not
around.
the other way around. Yeah, that's exactly what he was
Don't
claiming.
think so,
Trying to say
sunshine.
it was One Direction, and I was like, no. First of all, that's a shitty band. Secondly, no, it goes both ways, motherfucker.
Yeah, because the Constitution says something about the government
Yeah,
shall
state
not
religion.
endorse any religion
There we go.
over another.
Trying to get the right pause point there.
The Treaty of Tripoli, was it 1797? Article.
I don't remember, but yeah, in no way is America a Christian nation. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go.
So if those who believe in a separation of church and state, though, Matt, what you're saying is that the definition of marriage is a church issue, not a state issue, correct?
Marriage is a moral issue. The state doesn't have the right to redefine one of the basic founding elements of society. The state is supposed to be that organization that promotes and protects the society, and you can only do that by promoting and protecting the family.
Protection is good, but that is exactly why gay marriage is so important, because some places, have benefits if you are a married couple. We were not giving those benefits, and some of them pretty fucking important, to gay couples, and that is what it's for. It's for the protection of the couple. For example, like let's say I know hospital visits or deathbeds. Dragknight, you're married. Let's say you were in a hospital bed comatose, and some really fucking important decisions had to be made, but you weren't legally married in the eyes of the law. Would that kind of fuck up the situation that much more?
That would fuck up several things. As being a service member, your girlfriend or fiance does not have rights to your health care. So if I have a living will, then cool. If not, then they have to call my mom and or my father or my stepfather to get them to do it. And that's if they can get in contact with them in time. So it presents a whole host of issues simply because the state and the government has not recognized that union. It has nothing to do with I have a Muslim marriage or I have a Christian marriage. That doesn't mean anything whatsoever in the eyes of the law. That's the issue here.
Yeah, and there's your fucking protection, Matt Slick. That's the fucking protection that people were fighting for, because they didn't have that.
Yeah, the point is it's a legal document. It's a civil document. It's a legal document.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect what you go to the church for is the blessing.
Yeah.
Technically speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like I say, even though Matt Slick's claiming, and so is Tommy Hall, believe it or not, that pastors, however you choose to pronounce that word, are going to be forced to perform those services. No, this is illegal documentation.
Yeah, when Tommy can.
I got married I got married in a registry office. I filled in the right documents. I never went to a church. I am legally married. If I just went to a church and got a blessing, but didn't fill in the right documentations and go to the registry office to register it, I would not be legally married. They're two separate things. The actual legal documentation and the church blessing match. You do not perform legal weddings. You perform blessings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just
not him
found
personally. I don't know. Sorry.
No, I was going to say I just found the site U.S. Marriage Laws, and apparently they've been working on this because they have about same-sex marriage as well. I think.
Oh, right.
Well, anyway, I'll post it inside there. It may not be what I think it is, but maybe someone can check it out when they get a chance. I'm kind of looking
Find a
over it
smaller
now.
pickle for this asshole.
Yeah, we already had to clear his throat one time. You gagged him.
Yeah.
Marriage has changed its definition over the decades, over the centuries, anyway.
We've spent this much time bitching about the stupid crap these assholes are saying, and we haven't even hit the 20-minute mark in a 2-hour video.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while.
I have tomorrow off. I will make another hangout.
Oh, wait. Great pause point. Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Screenshot. Everybody, screenshot.
Guys out there in the audience,
please.
here's our money shot right here.
Okay.
There we go.
Screenshotting in 3, 2, 1. I have it if anyone wants it.
There we go.
Please blow up his feed with that.
Oh
Let him know I
gosh,
told you to do it.
no.
He can get mad at me, and Bible thumping wingnut can be even madder at me. I don't give a fuck. They are bigots. They deserve it. Sorry. Not sorry.
Not sorry.
Well, maybe let him go for a few minutes and then we can hit the highlights. Take notes.
There we go. That's the one. Okay. Let me just rotate this slightly if I can. Nope, not that way. Which axis? That
Somewhere.
one.
Somewhere
There
out
we
in
go.
cyberspace, Nate Cunningham is having a conniption fit.
Good.
I love you, Nate.
There
No,
we
you
go.
Yeah, the church does not have a monopoly on marriage. Period.
There. Okay.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
shit.
weren't even the first. Yeah, they weren't even the first
Dude,
to
oh god damn it! I just made that
be
my background.
performing marriages. Did you mean to?
Oh fuck me! My desktop is now just Matt like, sucking on a dick-shaped pickle.
You say that like it's a problem.
Well,
You don't do it by destroying the family. And this is a form of destruction of the family. And the liberals are going to
Apparently, gay people aren't allowed to have their own families. Good to know, asshole.
say, no, it's not. We're not attacking the heterosexuals. You're telling us, for example, we know that people on Facebook are now being told that they shouldn't even be allowed to be on Facebook because they don't agree with the ruling of homosexuality. When is my website going to become illegal? We know that the liberals are trying to...
Fucking sooner the better. Holy
it's not illegal to say stupid shit. It never has been. Fucking
Maybe.
retard.
What the fuck is he talking about? They still got freedom of speech. You can still say what you want. We don't agree with it, but you can still say
No,
it.
there is no law. There is no way to make a law within our current culture that says you are not allowed to be a bigoted douche. However,
Yeah.
anyway, Bible thumping fuckfaces, right? Incidentally, I do have to note, back when on the day that Bible thumping wingnut had 666 subscribers, I did take a screenshot. I'll have to see if I can find it later.
Good.
to silence us. As you said, some are saying they can't even be allowed to vote. They want us to be silent. Where is their tolerance?
Well,
Where is their tolerance? It doesn't exist.
When Carm was developing an app for the iPhone,
yes.
Was there not an issue over this that they would not let you have an app on there because you spoke against homosexuality?
Yep, that's right.
Well, okay, so iPhone did not want an app in which he's sitting there telling gays they're bad people. Well, I can wonder why.
I wonder if the app was actually related or connected to a hate group, one in particular, Family Research Council, because a lot of what Matt Slick is saying sounds like he's parroting it directly from Family Research Council, which has been labeled a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center for a reason. So I
There's
think
your
that
link,
That what
everyone.
your link?
There's your link. Click it and enjoy. Fuck you, Matt.
And there we have it. Let me just move this
We
up
can't
to
see the full screen.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, I'm not, fuck it, I'm not redoing the capture. We get the idea, though.
Feel free to share.
Yep, I've shared it with everyone, and I'm going to be posting that in the comments. So take it.
You're welcome,
and
Red.
yeah,
You're welcome, Red.
fucking
Enjoy my
moron.
maturity while you can.
Right. So I don't know what happened, how we got around it or whatever, but yeah, there was a problem because we weren't politically correct. Politically correct stuff is stupidity.
No,
it is
isn't.
stupidity. Who gives
It can be.
them the right to say what is right and wrong?
Okay, fine. Political correctness is stupidity. Okay, you're a fucking dipshit. It doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or not. There, I'm being politically correct.
Boom.
There we go.
Love to debate on public TV that are best people about what is morally right and morally wrong, the political correct stuff. I'd
he licked it.
love to.
Matt, can't we?
Okay, that's weird. Hang on.
Yeah.
Here's something that drives me crazy here with what I think even most Christians don't understand is that this decision is a full frontal assault on the gospel.
Absolutely.
That marriage is a type and a shadow, a picture of the gospel. Ephesians 5, that husbands, so love your wives as Christ loved the church and even died for her. You see Jesus making all of these comparisons of him being the bride and the church being the bridegroom.
Wait. Maybe that'll be the next thing. They're saying what comes after you let men marry men and women marry women. Will the next thing be Christians being allowed to marry inanimate objects like churches?
For shame.
This is a gospel issue. It is a full frontal assault on the gospel, and to the shame of the church, most who dwell in a
Please, somebody, if they ever bother to grab this, I want the full frontal clip actually taken out of there. Just that soundbite. It's a full frontal attack. That's all. Just full frontal.
pew on Sunday morning have no idea that is what is at stake here.
Well, let me tell you how. I'm going to connect the dots for you, why it's a theological issue and why it's a Christological issue. Homosexuality is a Christological issue in that it assaults Christ. How does it do that? Well, this is how. When it was running in the Old Testament, when it was there, God put strong prohibitions upon it. One of the reasons is because when you let your sexual mores relax, your sexual behavior relaxes as well. And then everybody starts, screwing everybody else and everything else. Diseases, problems get in, marriages break up, societies just decay. This is what history has told us. One of the things that was going on with the Old Testament.
Would you like to know something else history has told us? People don't rise from the dead, retard.
Is that the enemy of the gospel was trying to get the prophecies of the Messiah and the very Messiah himself, Jesus, to not be born. One of the things that he did was to have the people of Israel be assaulted theologically and morally by the nations around Israel. So,
what?
What?
I don't know where he's going with this, but I can tell that wherever he's going, it's bullshit.
He must be talking about a part of some Bible I've never read. I don't know.
God would discipline Israel when they failed and discipline those countries around them when they would try and come in and get Israel to compromise. The reason
unless they had iron chariots.
This is important is because it would ultimately, the goal was to get the Messiah not to be born. The very one.
And then there's all the what is it, 2 or 3 different nations that completely enslaved Israel? Anyway.
Who would die for the sins of his people. So homosexuality is actually an assault on the very incarnation of Christ, because if homosexuality were to run rampant and become the thing that just, became the norm, how can you have progeny? Also, how could you have the assurance that the family line prophesied by God down through history would take place?
I like this. I really like when they talk about this, because they make it seem like you have a direct choice in whether you have a relationship with a man or a woman. It's just this frivolous thing where you wake up and go, you know what? I want my prostate to be massaged by a dick. I think I'll do that today.
It feels good, yeah.
Do they really think that people will just, like, you say, okay, I accept gay people.
Yeah.
All right, everyone be gay.
Yeah, it's like they go, okay, oh, well, like you said, you just wake up one day, oh, I'm gay. No, it's not like that. Some people it might be because they've been gay all along and been trying to hide it and bury it, and then one day they realize, oh, shit, I can't lie anymore.
No, what happens is, it's part of the gay agenda. What they're going to do is try to round up Christians, and they're going to put them in the gayatron. And once they load them in the gayatron, it's going to magically make all these people gay.
Yeah, they say they accuse gays of recruiting. Honey, we don't have to recruit. Okay.
Of course, I shouldn't have said that, because now the only thing stuck in my head is, I am Gayatron.
Gosh.
Welcome to the Gayatron 4000. Prepare to have your asshole reamed.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Ultimately is an assault, not only on Christ, and I could go back even further, against the created order, when God said Adam and Eve, which, I'm paraphrasing, multiply and fill the earth and subdue it.
Anna, if you want to talk, just go ahead and cut in. That's how it works here. You find a place to talk.
I just thought that since he was talking to a gigantic dill pickle or whatever. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like Adam and Eve this, Adam and Eve that. Listen, if you want to believe that, fine. The fact is that what they did shouldn't have to blow over to what we do. Just like what gay people do in the bedroom, it doesn't mean you have to do that exact same thing. You fucking idiot.
It makes me really wonder, guys like that. They're struggling. To me, they're struggling with that desire because they really think that everyone else who is heterosexual, who knows that they're heterosexual, is sitting and thinking about that. Like, oh man, I can't wait.
Just because I have an account on the Pain Olympics and you can see me going at my dick with a fucking cheese grater doesn't mean you have to do it.
It'd kind of be like saying I woke up one day and I went, oh, I'm gonna go straight. Yeah. You don't work like that. Either way.
I don't know. Anna, did you want to jump in?
We are anonymous.
Sounds like a kid.
I have no idea what Anna just said. Anyway, play the fucking...
That command cannot be carried out in homosexuality. So it's an assault on the created order. It's ultimately an assault on the very incarnation of Christ and the redemptive work. It's an assault. Therefore, it is a biblically related issue. It is a theologically, it's a spiritual issue. We Christians need to take this seriously.
And furthermore, I would say that it's as Dr. James White said,
Oh shit! Sorry.
Pretty much the
crap.
ultimate
I wasn't looking. Sorry.
If you would go to Romans 1 and you read, which if we have time, I can do it later. But whatever. The thing is, let me clear my throat again because I had a rough day today.
While you're clearing your throat, I mean, one of the things that I think, we're looking at this, Matt. You're defining marriage as something that's defined by God. You started to get into it, the covenant relationship. So marriage is a picture of something biblically when God created it, isn't it?
Marriage is a reflection of the Trinitarian union of God and the eternal covenants that God manifested for the redemption of mankind. This is what I teach people when I do marriage counseling. But I was going to say, if you go to Romans chapter 1, verses 24 through 32, you read through there, you're going to notice something that's very interesting. There's a sin and a judgment. A sin and a judgment. Hold on.
Oh, sorry. He had to swallow. He swallows.
And homosexuality is the only sin I'm aware of in the Bible where when they commit it, God gives them over to it.
Actually, that particular line in Romans, he's not talking about that. He's talking about actually, if you look at the way that the actual writing is when you go back to the ancient Greek, it's not even really talking about homosexuality. It's talking about prostitution.
Ooh, taking the Bible out of context? That's not nice, Matt Slick.
Oh, they all do it, though.
He lets them have it. He
lets them have it. Okay, well, if he lets them have it, then why does he have a problem with them getting it?
gives it to them so that, look at this. This is verse, I'm going to just do this. Look at verse 24. Therefore, let's go to 22 and 23. Professing to be wise, they became fools. They exchanged the glory of the incorruptible God for the image of form of corruptible man, birds and four-footed animals and crawling creatures. That's their sin. Here's the judgment.
Whoa, okay. That's their sin. What is that sin talking about? Trivia to the room.
Sounds like worshiping other gods or making your own gods or something.
It's idolatry.
Yes, it's about idolatry. This line has nothing to do with sexuality. Fuckstick.
Therefore God gave them over in the lust of their hearts to impurity, so that their bodies would be dishonored among them. Because in their worship of these animals and these things was sexual aberration.
What?
Let me just throw this out there. If it's their sin, who's going to be punished when the fucking curtains go black? Who's going to be punished? Them. What they do should have no effect on you. In fact, doesn't have any effect on you from a religious standpoint, from a legal standpoint, from a moral standpoint, you're not the one signing off on these marriage license. Why the fuck do you care? Oh yeah, because you're a bigot.
But Redline, hang on. Heavy Hauler's reaction was the right one. Because even with the one word he got out before you started talking, I could see the, what the fuck does one have to do with the other? How is this It's not. It's fucking not.
Heavy
There
Hauler,
is no connection there.
But we all know Heavy Hauler's just fucking awesome and can say things without saying anything, and I'm just a fucking dipshit that has to say things because I don't have a fucking camera, so...
well, actually, it's completely the tone of voice.
And I can't say fuck as good as you can.
That damn fucking right.
Yeah, that's because Heavy Hauler's gay and gay people are just too nice.
I see.
Verse 24 talks about the judgment. God gave them over in the lusts of their hearts. Verse 25.
This guy has no judgment.
5. For they exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator is blessed forever. Amen. Verse 26. For this reason God gave them over to degrading passions. For the women exchanged the natural function for that which is unnatural. And in the same way, also men abandon the natural function of the woman.
This is actually referencing prostitution, especially if you look at what they're actually talking about in the original Greek, incidentally.
Yep.
They're talking about going and dealing with prostitutes, particularly male and female prostitutes, but predominantly those of the same gender. There were a couple of churches that were kind of having orgies at the time.
Function of the woman. What are we talking about here? We're talking about sex. The natural function of the woman, and burned in their desire toward one another, men with men committing indecent acts, receiving in their own persons the due penalty of their error. And just as they did not see fit to acknowledge God any longer, God gave them over to a depraved mind to do those things which are not proper. Now notice, the mind to do those things which are not proper. God gives people over to the mind, the depraved mind. People behave based on what they believe, what they understand. They don't behave based on what they don't affirm. They base their behavior based on what they do affirm.
And the stuff you're affirming is douchey. This is why you have a giant dill pickle that looks like a penis stuck in your face.
Says God, excuse me, He gave them over to their depraved mind to do those things which are not proper, being filled with all unrighteousness, wickedness, greed, evil, full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, malice. They're gossips, slanderers, haters of God, insolent, arrogant, boastful, inventors of evil, disobedient to parents, without understanding, untrustworthy, unloving, unmerciful, and although they know the ordinance of God, they know that the right way to be married is man and a woman.
Well, up to the whole thing with him talking about marriage, I thought he was talking about himself there for a minute. But starting with arrogant and self-righteous.
Yeah. Matt Slick, arrogant, self-righteous? No. Being a hypocrite and preaching the same intolerance that he's claiming that's being inflicted upon him? That's not him.
I mean, the tables aren't even turned all the way. They're more like turned maybe a degree or two away from him, and he goes fucking ape shit.
I mean, the thing is, realistically, the pickle thing, we can take that out of there, and here we go. And now, instead of having the pickle up there, I'm going to show you what it looks like if we had a dancing penis on screen.
Look at how things work biologically. Duh! And those who practice such things are worthy of death. They not only do the same, but give hearty approval to those who practice them. This is exactly what we're seeing. The celebration of sin. The celebration, legalization, and promotion of sin. This is part.
See, what do you think? Did you guys just see a dancing penis on screen?
Yeah, well, it looked like a giant douche. I may be mistaken.
I saw
okay, let's give him the pickle back.
Asshole. I mean, I saw a bunch of things there.
Yeah, let's give him the pickle back.
Yes.
Part of the judgment that has come not only upon homosexuals, but upon our country. This is the problem. It will not stop here.
The last, I think, judgment that we had upon homosexualities was when Katrina hit, and it completely missed the French Quarter.
Somehow, amazingly, it managed to hit my fucking house, though.
Yeah, but weirdly enough, that wasn't considered a miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah, go figure.
The Christians are going to be persecuted more and more, and the media will not play fair. The media will not report how the Christians are being persecuted and being sued.
Fox News on your side. Shut the fuck up.
Well, beyond that, I mean, he's gone full conspiracy retard at this point. You know, he's like reaching for Alex Jones territory right now.
These fucking ants.
They're going to round up all the Christians in FEMA camps and strap dildos up our asses. Right.
Jailed for their anti-homosexual views and opinions. But what's going to happen is when a homosexual is wrong, it's going to be all over the front page. It's called propaganda, and that's what's going to be happening.
Wait a minute, that's what he's doing, propaganda, him and Fox News and Glenn Beck, all these other retards.
No. When he says it, it's not propaganda.
Oh well.
Yeah, he gets a get out of jail free card, and fuck all you guys that say otherwise.
Man, pretty much. Fucking retarded.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, Matt, I think it's time to bring on our guests.
pickle.
We have a whole bunch of people who are in line waiting to discuss this issue. Some of them I know, some of them I don't, but I know that Matthew was the first one to show up here. So, Matthew, you can unmute your mic and address Matt Slick.
That kid is having a time, ain't he?
Yeah, I'm just glad I saw him get on screen quick enough.
Yeah, I'm glad you did.
Sorry about that earlier.
I'm just glad the kid just doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, that too.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good evening, Matt, Andrew, Glenn.
How you doing?
Thanks for having me. Thanks for taking my questions. If I could start with just three really simple questions, and I guess I'll direct them to Mr. Slick. First of all, one, does God define idolatry?
How does God define idolatry? That honor... I think he froze.
His question was, does God define idolatry? Not how does he, but does he?
I don't know how we would... Okay, when he says define, like the word good, we go to dictionary.com, good, it's defined. Does he mean...
He didn't say dictionary.com, he said God.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think he's looking for like red letter.
Yeah.
Define it?
What I'm saying, you opened very early on in your discussion saying that God defined marriage. So I was just asking you if God also defined idolatry.
Well, God describes what marriage is, and he describes what idolatry is. Are you a Christian?
Okay, so by the same way that you say God
Matthew, since you're having some tech issues, I think we're going to move on to... Oh, are you okay?
No, if I'm not being heard, then...
Well, no, you're breaking up. Are you a Christian or not, or what?
Does that matter?
Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah.
You know, you should just fake it and just say you are, just so that he'll give you the time of day.
Well, in any case, let's see where this goes.
Yeah, he's frozen up.
Yeah.
Matthew, what helps maybe is you may want to just jump off the call, hang up, and jump.
Before you jump off the call, Matthew, if you go up to the top, there's a triangle. If you hover up toward the top, it'll have 4 bars. You can click on that and start knocking your, maybe if you're trying to send things at high definition, or just do that and just do audio. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about in this instance, but they have had times in the past when they were using things like, say, the control panel to mute participants and fuck with them like that so that they couldn't actually get their word in. I doubt that's the case here, but it's possible.
Thank you. I just took it down to very low from HD, so...
It's great now.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, the first question was just, does God define idolatry? And I guess I qualified...
He gives example. He gives an example of what it is, serving and worshiping those beings and ideas and things, whatever it is, that are not proper to God. Okay.
Okay. Second
But does he define that what's proper to God? No, not really.
question is, does God forbid idolatry?
Yes.
And then the third question is, does the U.S. government allow idolatry?
Yes.
And just to extrapolate from that is then, how is idolatry different from homosexual?
Spelling, for one thing.
Oh, fucking A. Really?
Well, they're different words, so they're different things. Like people and mammals.
Spelling, for one thing, really?
I thought he was actually going to come up with something else better than that. That's really shitty.
Maybe it was an attempt at humor, but what the...
Okay. Oh, sorry. I just.
We'll give him the benefit.
And
Okay, hold
if
on. We'll give him
that's
the benefit.
Hang on.
That's fine, because I would agree with you. I believe that the Bible does say that homosexuality is wrong, but I see no reason why the U.S. government needs to adhere to that for all of its citizens in the same way that it doesn't need to adhere to the idolatry prohibition.
Okay. All right, what are you? Are you an atheist or what?
Why the fuck does that matter?
It matters. It really matters. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, a moment ago, the guy just kind of said that for a couple things pertaining to idolatry and whatnot, he might be a Christian. Let's find out.
I would call myself an atheist, but I don't enjoy
so-
discussing
so-
things
Fuck.
that come to that.
So, homosexual.
Wait. Do we want to take bets on where he's going to go from here, or?
Okay. I'm gonna bet $50 that he's just going to switch around and say, "So you think gay marriage is okay, don't you?"
And
I
what
bet
do you
you
base
that's
that
gonna
on?
be his
Because you
question.
can't claim morality or something similar.
Right.
Let's see if he goes that way.
Sexuality is a good thing, then?
Yeah, I knew it. Fucking 50's mine.
I don't know that I would call it that. I
Is it
think
a bad
it's-
thing?
No.
It's not bad, but you wouldn't say it was good. Interesting. So which is it?
I think that's a false dichotomy. I think that homosexual rape, for one instance, would be a horrible act. But I think consenting homosexual
Why?
love.
Why?
Oh, for fuck's sake, I knew it. Money is mine.
No. I
Why?
got it too there. I got it too there that he's immediately going to go to the moral argument bullshit that he always pushes.
Okay.
Predictable
right.
as fuck.
I tell you what, we'll trade 50s when we actually meet up.
Yeah, we'll get to it. That inside bet against you. No fucking way would I bet against that one.
Do I think that homosexual rape is wrong?
Why do you think it is?
I think we all know where this is going. Why is rape in general wrong? I don't know. Maybe it's because it's against a person's will. Ever thought of that? Empathy, motherfucker. You don't need a god for it.
Because forcing either yourself or your opinions against somebody onto somebody else is wrong, regardless of what your book says. Okay, this is about to get painful, isn't it?
Well, as well, I need to, evidently people said I need to, familiarize myself with the drivel that is Matt Slick's argument. So I'm somewhat interested in where he's going with this.
Now that the pickle mic is off because somebody has some kid bouncing around on the screen where the pickle tends to live.
Yeah.
Do we still have viewers, or are they dropping now?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
we got like 35.
Okay,
Hey,
let's
hey,
keep going
hey,
with
Drag.
this shit then.
Hey, Drag. A quick question though. If you have oven mitts, put them on now. It'll protect your face from the face palms.
Oh man.
No, 35. That's a lot more than I usually get.
If it's too much, I'm going to jump over this balcony here.
Oh no.
Okay, let's go.
Shall I try again, or do we want to move
One more
on?
time. Why is it wrong? Yeah, you're freezing.
The well-being of conscious creatures. All right.
Matt,
yeah,
Matt,
you
try
answered my question, so
Try taking
thank
your
you.
video off and just go with audio, and then at least we can hear you. Yeah, let's try that.
One more time. I'm trying to show you something, okay? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm getting someplace. Why is, for example, homosexual rape wrong?
No, you're not getting someplace.
In the case of rape, where someone doesn't give consent to a sexual act, that sort of by definition is wrong.
Oh, really? So it's ontologically wrong by definition. The nature of something has an ontological issue of wrongness and value and moral value to some. So you recognize then, or you try and say that there are certain actions that are by nature wrong. You can't do that in an atheistic world.
With
fucking predictable.
That's it.
Drag. Remember, Drag? We still need to go out for waffles and eggs, and I need to pay for that breakfast, man. So don't you fucking do this shit yet.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to actually when he's saying an atheistic worldview, and okay, I'm trying to see, is he asserting that because we have connotations and denotations attached to terms that in a world without God they're just frivolous? Is that where he's going with that?
He's basically saying that they have no weight.
Yeah, it's like if he finds out you're an atheist, you have no morals, you have no way to decide right from wrong or anything.
Yeah.
Nothing you say that is right or wrong matters to him at all.
Yeah. So what's the point of him even answering the question?
Yeah.
Which is why you usually say, you know, if I were to go in there, I would have done one of two things. One, either lied and said I'm a Christian, or I would have said two, I would have just said I prefer to not answer that question because I asked you a question and I expect a fucking answer.
Oh, Christians
Yes,
don't
but
say
he
that
thinks
naughty
he's
F word.
going. Yeah, but he thinks he's going somewhere with this.
Within the context of sexual behavior, when consent is removed, by definition, something wrong has transpired. That's what I'm saying. We're talking about a very pointed,
Matt,
single act of something.
you're not understanding what I'm saying. All you're doing is saying by definition. But you're just saying someone defines it that way, and that's why it's wrong.
Right, it's an assertion.
Here we go.
You're just asserting it.
Isn't
That's
that what your
exactly
God
right. You're
does?
just saying it's
Just
wrong.
asserts things
Well, that's
are
just your
a certain
opinion that
way.
it's wrong. So your opinion, no disrespect meant, you're entitled to your opinion. Should your opinion be the majority view on America?
It is the majority.
And even more so, then he's going to claim that this guy wants to be a dictator or something stupid like that, like Hitler.
Okay, I'm looking up this ontological argument, and from what I'm understanding, it's a philosophical position that God exists and that everything comes from it. So how is that not an assertion that they are using to base their
Actually,
own
this is the
assertions?
moral argument from God, claiming that you can't get to objective morality without there being a God for it to come from.
Yeah,
Which, incidentally, wouldn't actually be objective from an ontological viewpoint. It would be ontologically subjective based upon the mind of God.
Yeah.
Because objective requires it be independent of a mind. However, their stipulating is from the mind of God. Therefore, it's still subjective. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense to me.
I don't really care because rape is illegal, and we have very strict definitions of what constitutes rape in the law.
So then what you're saying is whatever society defines it as.
I'm not
Strangely
believing
enough, considering how he's flipping between the two, it kind of looks like he's licking atheist cock right now. I just had to point that out.
Yep. Hang on. Before you hit play.
Yeah, you're like, I want this one. We got the tongue out, yeah.
Yeah, I got the screenshot. Hit paste. That one's gonna be posted in like 20 seconds, guys. So keep an eye out.
I should have been simulcasting, man. I should have been simulcasting, but fuck it.
We can pause it so you can. We can do that. How long has this thing been going on? We've just been having
Too
fun.
fucking long. Hang on a second. Let's see now.
If you want to, we can end it here since we're at about 35 minutes and pick it up on your channel if you want to, and we'll just shift everybody over there.
Nah.
So one
I'm
bad
good
thing
for
since that.
anything.
Oh, sorry.
I
was gonna say one
just said I'm good for anything.
Sorry, Red.
Drag N-A-U-G-H-T, right?
Yeah, DRAGNAUCT.
Okay. Simulcast.
Yeah, see, since Matt now knows this guy is an atheist, or says he is, he may not be. I don't know. But anyway,
He's not going to take anything he says seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing this guy says. Yeah, you said it. Yeah, it's going to be all Matt from here on, and nothing this guy says is going to mean a damn
It's
thing.
really different, though, than what most of the Christians do that we talk to. They believe that their position is somehow less subjective than anyone else's, just because they claim that, you know, there's a God attached to it.
Yeah, see, they can't make up their own. They can't make up their own choices on morality. They have to say, well, everything that I do that's right, or what I believe is right and wrong, comes from God. I don't make up my own mind on it. Basically, I mean, that's my feeling about some of these, like Matt Slick and some of the other hardliners.
Hey, Drag, want to toss me your watch link?
Yep.
Just toss that in here. I'll put it in the description, and then I can just start it up.
Okay, I had to pick this up. Fucking share thing.
Okay, Control C, Control V, and send.
There we go. Thank you, Red.
You're welcome.
And copy
Bend
and
over for
paste.
nothing.
Sorry about that. Heavy appreciated it. Kidding.
What?
Never mind. You're not paying
Oh,
attention.
I missed it.
Okay, let's see
Catch the
now.
playback.
Oops, wait a minute. That's the wrong broadcast destination. Give me a second here. Fucking A. Let me put this to the right one here. Yoink. Let me see if I can get this down here. Sorry, viewers. This will only take another moment.
I'm surprised it didn't go start with the infinite regress. Where'd you get your morals? Where'd they get their morals? Where'd they get their morals?
Yeah.
So, what is he going to do when he meets somebody who's a meta-ethical moral relativist?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure what that is.
I mean, that's.
I'll look it up.
It's Stanford University has a pretty good article on it. It's pretty much you recognize that everyone has their own sets of moral standards, and that it's pretty much unique to cultures. And there's two divisions. There's one that's I think based on cultural norms of whatever region you're in, and then one that's based on objective claims or something like that. I'm not looking at it. I'm just going based off memory, and my memory is kind of sketchy. So at times.
Well, that would kind of be where what if they say where do we get our morals? That would be it, because we get it from our parents as we're growing up, friends and teachers or whatever, and plus we make up our own minds as we go about what is right and what is wrong. We learn what's right and what's wrong.
Well, it's just like when what's fucking face? A year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, I was having a discussion with Beckel live, and he was doing the whole, God's morality is objective, and it's just all you moral relativists, you can't really claim anything because your morality can change tomorrow. And then someone brought up the point that, well, God's morality has changed. First he felt that drowning people was an acceptable approach to curing the plague of human sin, and now he's going this whole redemption route. And so isn't that an example of his morality changing? Well, no, it's changed because it's God. So I said, okay, I know you're full of shit, Beckel. So what I ended up doing was I went to the dictionary and I read off just the definition of relative, and I asked him, I said, hey, such and such, such and such. How about that? Does that sound like, am I understanding this? Okay, well, what about this? And I read off the second definition, and he agreed twice with both of them. And I said, you know what? I just read from the fucking dictionary the definition of relative, and he got pissed off.
Because I think it's even written down in the Bible that it was said that God regretted drowning everybody, I think. Now, I may be thinking about something else. It seemed like I ran into that somewhere. Where he does this big massacre thing and kills all these people, and then he regrets it later. Supposedly from his own mouth, he says it. Or reveals it to somebody to write down, rather.
Here we go. We'll just call him bragging on Matt Slickamere. There we go. Let's get the stream started. I had a really low bit rate earlier. Hopefully it'll pick up. If it doesn't, oh well. I'll just cancel it if need be. But yeah, let's get this started.
Do you see the inconsistency? Do you see the problems? Society is simply, yes, there's a problem. Society says that it's rape is wrong, so therefore it's wrong. You just want to say there is no reason for you to say that it's right or wrong other than you arbitrarily set a standard for what you say is the standard by which we judge what is right and wrong. That's what you do. As an atheist, you do that.
So,
but you don't want to live in a world.
Hang on. So people's actual reaction to this thing that we deemed wrong don't fucking matter. That you're defining that as arbitrary, because I'm assuming that if you were raped, Mr. Matt Slick, first of all, no one would want to fucking rape you. But if you were raped, I doubt you would find it a very enjoyable experience, and neither would the thousands of other people that had to go through the same shit. So when you have that and you take that into account, then you also take into account that we have this thing called empathy, being able to put yourself in their shoes for a while, say, this is actually pretty fucked up. Maybe we should do something about it. You can look at the effects the cause have, and then you can decide what to do with it from there. You don't need a fucking God telling you, hey, by the way, this shit's kind of wrong.
It's like if someone drove a spike through my, here we go, hand or foot, I would know that was wrong, real fast. But no, but he would say that me being an atheist, I can't determine if it's right or wrong. I just boiled that down to a real simple thing. Okay.
I can still feel pain, motherfucker, and atheists can still feel stuff, and atheists still have this thing called empathy because we have this thing called an imagination. We can use our imaginations and put ourselves in other people's shoes, and by that we can say with confidence that this is fucked up.
But that's only speaking from your worldview.
I'm pretty sure it's speaking from everything, because if anything, this motherfucker knows half the shit are wrong, not because God told him to, but because of the system that I just laid out.
Well, from what it sounds like you're saying consequentialism. And I'm just going to read off the definition. Consequentialism is a class of normative ethical theories holding that consequences of one's conduct are the ultimate basis for any judgment about the rightness or wrongness of that conduct. Thus, from a consequentialist standpoint, I think it's something in my pants. From standpoint, morally,
it's not a pickle.
Is the one that produces a good outcome or consequence. And yeah, that felt really weird. I don't know what that was. Anyway.
What was it? Are you happy to see me, or is there a pickle in your pants?
It might be a bug.
An ant?
It was a pretty big ant.
Well, you did say there was a lot of ants around.
I hope it's not a spider. Okay, we're good. But yeah, there's more than one school of thought on what's right and what's wrong. That's,
yeah.
They don't hold a monopoly on that.
Put it this way, in a society where people are consistently killing each other, is it safe to say that that society would not live very long? We can look at them and go, that didn't work out too well for them. Maybe we should, 86 that shit, and let's try it. Oh, things turned out a lot better? Who would have fucking thought? No God needed.
Hard decisions here.
Yeah, very hard. Very, very, very difficult. My brain is struggling with this one.
Well, if Matt and a lot of these others were correct, a lot of us in this room would have probably been in and out of jail. I don't know how many times. Would probably be in jail still, or not even be alive because of something we did. Just saying.
Well, let's jump back to the video and let Matt go back to work on his pickle.
World like that. You want to live in a world where the morals are not based on atheistic ideology or your perspective. You want something other than that. You're inconsistent. And this is the thing.
We're atheists here. Is anyone in here wanted on Christian values as opposed to, non-theistic values?
I don't know. I really have a hard time when people assert this atheistic worldview, because for me, I can only speak for myself. Being an atheist doesn't really impact my worldview. It is one position on one subject that I have. My worldview is, I guess, galvanized in a way by humanism, which you can be an atheist and not be a humanist. You don't have to give a fuck about people.
Yeah.
It's not, they're not synonymous. So I think he's conflating things here, and maybe this guy will correct him on that.
You don't have to say you think he's conflating. He actually is conflating things.
In this room, I don't think they'll give him opportunity to correct, but let's go.
I'm trying to show with the liberals. They are inconsistent. They don't think these things through.
Can we backtrack to where we got off course?
Well, the thing is, Matt, if
I'll take that as
if 5 judges said that rape is legal, is it then therefore moral? If the Supreme Court were
are you
to pass
addressing that
that
to me
law,
or the other Matt? I'm sorry, I don't mean to be.
That's a great question.
No, I'm asking you, Matthew. I'm sorry, I'm asking you, Matthew, because if 5 Supreme Court justices made it legal in all 50 states for rape to be legal, is it therefore moral?
No, not in my opinion. Absolutely
By what
not.
standard?
Oh, fuck.
We could get into what my standard is for what makes something moral and immoral, but we're veering further off course, because as I wanted to go back and explain how we got to here.
I don't think that's off course at all. Basically, what you're doing now, Matthew, is you're trying to push your opinion on others.
He asked a question
You
that
know,
you
you're
guys
saying
don't have
that
an
is
answer.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we really expected this rabbit hole, didn't we?
Yeah, basically here's the thing. If you ask them a question that they simply cannot answer, you have to hold their feet to the fire. You gotta say, I will answer whatever question you want me to. But first things first, I asked you a question first, I expect an answer. If you're not gonna give me that, then I'm not gonna return the same respect.
Okay. I just noticed my bitrate keeps dropping out, and at the current rate, it's probably going to be spinning out of my channel. So those that are watching, I gave a link in there. I'm going to leave it running for now so people can do some live commentary if they want over there. But whatever. In the meantime, follow the link if you want to watch the main broadcast over on Dragnauts. We've been having fun at this for a bit of a while.
What is your plumb line? What is your plumb line, Matthew? Well, yeah, you're saying it's wrong, but you can't account for it. See, what we're saying it's wrong because God is our standard.
Cool.
What is your standard? Let's take that standard and bring it to its logical conclusion.
The slippery slope.
If you are not going to agree with its logical conclusion, you are being a hypocrite. So what is your standard? And let's deal with it from there. Why is that wrong? Is it
As
the
I
judges?
said- As I said previously, if we wanted to get into what my specific criteria is for what makes something right or wrong, we could do that, but that would take us away from where we've already gone off course, and I was trying to bring it back to that because we're sort of conflating words like illegal and moral right now, and the only thing I raised was the idea that God defines idolatry in the same way that he defines marriage.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't define it in the same way. If he did, we wouldn't need two different words.
Just like they should and they do now allow homosexual marriage.
No. Homosexuality is a sexual act, but idolatry is a spiritual attitude.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
They're different.
The words cannot describe the level of stupid of this ignorant motherfucker.
Yeah.
They're different, okay? Both of them are self-serving.
This guy's really not going to answer his
And
question
they're
at
both
all,
forbidden,
is he?
They're both sin.
but they're both allowed by U.S. law.
God permits us our sin. He permits you your atheism and your rebellion against him.
Absolutely, he
permits
does.
you.
And the U.S. government allows me to be an atheist.
Wait a minute,
like
you just admitted
Oh, for fuck's sake.
God allows you that, Mr. Atheist?
No.
Oh, boy, there we go.
Oh my god. The idea is that he is entertaining a thought. That doesn't mean that he's accepting it, you fucking idiot.
Don't hit the go button yet. Look at that look on his face.
Oh, hang on. There we go.
No, I mean, no, really. Look. He looked away and he's looking back. You see that?
That's smug.
Yeah, see how he's looking.
Shadow, please aim the penis carefully. I am holding my finger over the screenshot button.
Okay.
All right, ready? All right, we're taking
his
the shot.
hands a little bit more clasped, like he's holding it, like with two hands.
Hang on.
There we go.
Right there.
See, he's feeling smug as hell right now.
All right. Shadow,
actually, if you make two screenshots, I can make it look like he's actually holding it with a little editing.
I can totally do this. All right. When you're ready, Shadow, just say cheese.
Cheese.
All right. Let me save this one.
And let me turn off the pickle, because we need fingers, and we can add the fingers over the pickle.
I'm catching that smug ass look on his face.
Okay, and just tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Say cheese and took it.
There we go. Now all you need to do is go do a little bit of editing to add the fingers back over the pickle.
I will send this to you right away.
Cut the hand out and put it on a layer above the pickle.
Yeah, you just layer the two of them together. Yeah, I can do that. Anyway.
He said the government.
He said the government.
He said, yes, he does, and the government also. God allows you your atheism. You said, yes, he does, and also the government, blah, blah, blah. You just slipped.
For fuck's
You
sake.
said
David,
God
no!
judges me, or something to that effect, for being an atheist.
No,
I said
he
yes.
permits you to be an atheist.
Okay, correct. And the government permits me to go about my life as an atheist. It doesn't force me to
It's
hold
not the government's
no other
job to
gods
permit you.
or Yahweh. Like
It's not the government's job to permit you. Yeah.
Exodus 20, verse 3 states, God commands that you have no other gods before him.
That's right.
The U.S. government doesn't hold up that same standard. In the same way with idolatry, and in the same way with the way they treat their homosexual citizens.
Okay, whatever. But let me ask you. So when someone says he wants to marry his daughter, what do you say? Okay?
What's the age of consent in the Bible? I'm curious.
I'm wondering why whenever he talks about somebody marrying his daughter, why he licks his lips. He just did it twice right there.
I wonder if that's the real reason he disowned her.
I don't know.
Am I like role playing as a register as
No, I'm asking you.
member of City
If
Hall?
someone says they want to, you're an atheist. If someone says they want to marry their daughter, is that okay?
I would advise against it, depending on the age of the daughter.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Here we go, buddy. We go now.
So Dragonaut, you thinking about talking to this guy, or have you already talked to him?
I haven't talked to him yet. People said that I really need to talk to him. I really need to kind of look him up. And I'm like,
Same thing. People have said the same thing to me, and I'm like, Slick doesn't want it. Doesn't want any of this.
if he comes to me, I'll have him on my channel. We can have a nice chat. But I'm telling him right now, he's gonna get pissed off real quick.
No. They won't. They will only do it when they can sit there and have a bunch of people on Wingnut's channel to sit there and do the
Hey,
hell no.
Shadow, can you check your Skype?
Yeah, I see it. It's not showing it. Oh, let me click on it. There we go.
Yeah, Bible.
Evidently, I got him. I will play with him later.
If you want to piss off Bible thumping Wingnut, just use the same analogy for heaven that I use. Everybody goes to heaven, and God has this infinitely long dick, and your job for the rest of eternity is to lick your section of God's dick.
So if the daughter's, say, 25 and the dad's 55, is that okay?
I would advise against it, but if the daughter is
it okay? Is it okay?
It's not legal.
Yeah.
Is it moral? Is it right? Is it good?
Why is it not legal? We just redefined marriage.
In most of the states, okay.
We should
see the effects of it, and it's a fucked up consequence that happens.
Did you guys already address the slippery slope thing? Because I know that's what they talked about at the very beginning of this. Did you guys already address that?
Oh yeah, we hit slippery. Well, the funny thing is, Matt says it's a slippery slope, and then he does it. Like every time he said it, he has used a slippery slope fallacy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous when they talk about, and they talk, that one guy was talking about his daughter or whatever. It's like, it's so stupid when people go to that. It's like, you know what? Well, what prevents us from marrying dogs or having, 3 wives or whatever? Because it's against the law. Gay marriage had nothing to do against the law. It had to do with people having the same right under that other people have.
Well, see, one thing they like to do is bring up these situations like that, these really out there situations like a guy and his daughter. They try to corner you on something like that. Situation that really don't come up much, I don't think. Not where I come from anyway.
Well, it's a fringe issue that really, this is the first time I've ever heard of anything like that, and I honestly don't know either way. I mean, I would say personally maybe that, they'd probably be against it, but at the same time, this is a consenting adult. If she wants to enter a relationship with her own father, guess what? America.
Yeah, but there are other things like that they'll bring up, which I can't recall at the moment, but there's sometimes situations that you very rarely hear anyone encountering, where they have to make a decision if this is right or if it's wrong.
Yeah,
they try to catch you up on those things.
If they were to ask me the question, oh, what about the daughter marrying his dad? I'll be like, no, I wouldn't support that because of what the consequence could be from it. I mean, have you seen incest and what it does to kids who are born out of such a relationship? Kind of fucks up with them, and that's kind of disturbing. One, why would your God allow such a thing? First of all, like genetic defects. It's almost as if evolution isn't a total fucking lie. And two, I would also say the same thing for like a father and a son, because we need to work on equality. If it's not okay for the daughter, it shouldn't be okay for the brother, because otherwise that wouldn't be fair, and we would be biased towards a certain gender. So I mean, go fuck yourself, Matt Slick. I'm gonna go bash my face against the wall. Be right back.
Okay. Now, hang on 1 second. Let me see if I can... Where did it save that damn thing to? Did I just do that wrong? Fuck.
I would agree. It's I think it's wrong for a daughter to to marry her dad. I would not say that we make that legal, or having 3 wives, or having that, or people marrying their dogs or anything like that. I mean that you
Well,
just
see, they're
bordering
saying
on
that's
ridiculous.
doing that.
Yeah, but there's what precedents they have to say to that?
Because they allowed gay marriage. Now they can allow polygamy, and for a guy and his 5 wives to marry their dog and stuff. I mean, they're just running rampant with this shit.
Yeah, I understand that that's where they're getting it from, but there's no relevance to it. I mean, it's
true.
Inflated. I mean, it's ridiculous to say, oh well, now if you let this, then everybody's going to want to marry their dog. Why? Well, what legal basis would anybody that says I want to be able to marry my dog? How on earth would you be able to go in and argue that in front of a court and say, well, you let 2 guys marry each other, so what? Now I can marry my dog?
Yeah.
Good luck trying to get that past any judge in the country. I mean, there's not a chance in hell.
They think we didn't scrutinize this. I mean, we went over such arguments, and not only did we go over them, we went over them with a fine-tooth comb, and we found out that those arguments are basically pure horseshit. And so if that's all they have to go on is the slippery slope fallacy, then no wonder the court, went against them. No wonder. I would have.
Yeah.
Maybe I should send that to Dragnaut so you can use it as a thumbnail for this.
I can.
I'll go ahead and send it. Although the one that they sent me was kind of low res, so be sure.
The one that you sent me was kind of low res. That's from the original. You didn't get a high res copy.
No, that was a high res copy.
Didn't open as one.
Hang on, let me click on it, dude. It takes my full screen. What the fuck?
Okay, I'll send it. Well, maybe it didn't.
What DPI is it?
Hang on.
Let me.
That's the problem.
Oh wait, hang on. Let me see now. Yeah, let me try this. Make a copy.
Property.
Okay. I'll do something about that. Give me a second.
It's 4.42 MB. What the fuck?
Okay, apparently it didn't download it properly. Give me a second here.
You want me to send it again?
Just a second. Yeah, I got it. I'll get it. Hang on.
Perfect. Need me to send it again? Just tell me.
Well, trying to copy to my desktop didn't do it right, so I'll just copy this one.
You gotta right click off of Skype and hit Save As.
Oh, okay.
That's weird how they updated Skype.
Opening. Yeah, they change shit on me all the time. Save as. Editing PNG. There we go. Okay, gotcha. And I will do a better copy of it in a moment then.
Perfect.
Okay. Not a problem.
Good. Fuck you, Matt.
Let me start the audio back up on this, and I can try and find that file first.
Yeah, but I just want to say this also, is that just because he can't find a reason for it to be wrong, that without his God in the equation, does not mean that one cannot be figured out. Your ignorance is not an argument against something. And so I just came up with it, and it took me 15 fucking seconds. And the only reason it took that long is because I had to spell it out for dumbasses like Matt Slick here. And so when it comes out to this guy trying to flip the question around, he still doesn't have a leg to stand on. Still doesn't. Because remember, the question was aimed at him. Now he's trying to flip around and say, oh, well, because you're an atheist, I'm not even going to answer your question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and flip it around and make you out to be the bad guy so that people will maybe, possibly, it's a chance, lose track of the fact that I am a pure piece of shit because my name's Matt Slick.
Yeah,
it's kind of like Nephilim Free. Who, I would be more than happy to answer that question, but first, ...
Yeah, I'm like, no, you're not. You're not. There is no first. There is no second. There is no third. Answer the fucking question. I'm going to call you out on that bullshit.
He'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today as well.
Yeah, of course. I just had hamburger helper stroganoff. It's pretty damn delicious.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Just got myself a new stove, so I decided to test drive it, and she is purring like a kitten.
It's a range technically.
Yeah.
At least it didn't blow up like the Falcon, right?
I caught that on film, bro.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Saw it.
Yeah, that was.
What do you think
something.
of that fluid tripod? Pretty kick ass, huh?
Oh, dude. Yeah. Once you found out where it found it, I mean, you was hanging on to it pretty good there.
Pretty damn awesome. So I'm also in the market for a new camera, and this one has 65 times optical zoom.
Wow.
Can't wait. Hurry up, Amazon. Send me that shit. I paid you my money.
Okay, y'all want me to hit play on this thing now, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Either of you read the opinion of the court for the recent Supreme Court case? All right, I would advise you to do so because a lot of these slippery slope things you allude to, pedophilia, polygamy, bestiality, churches being forced to marry same-sex couples, invoking people's right to vote.
I want to hear him. I want to hear what Matt's saying.
It's not here, Len, and there's nowhere in the court's opinion will you find any kind of language that supports any of those claims. There's no way that you can use the Supreme Court case to justify any of these fears.
Matt, once you start redefining marriage, where do you stop?
Okay, well then let me follow up with this question,
told me,
because earlier you said the state doesn't have the right to redefine foundational principles of society or something to that effect, alluding to marriage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then do you disagree with the decision the Supreme Court came to in their ruling on the case Loving versus Virginia when they redefined marriage to include biracial couples?
Bam!
Well, you see, then they agreed with the revelation of God because God never condemns that.
Oh my
what they were
fucking
doing was
God!
coming in compliance with biblical revelation. So I have no problem with that.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so as long as the state gets sort of closer.
Pause it.
Okay.
Pause. I think Drag's about to drop the fucking mic here.
I literally read off the quote where the guy said he used the fucking Tower of Babel story as his methodology behind restricting, interracial couples from being married. No, it wasn't a fucking revelation. It was political pressure. That's what it was. So let's not pretend here. In one case, oh wait, the Bible's was used first and foremost to restrict that marriage, and then they found out they made a fucking mistake, and then they went back and changed it after they've been pressured. Get out! Oh, he is so fucking dishonest. Leon Basil, Supreme Court Justice, Loving versus Virginia. Read the quote. Read the fucking quote right now. Go ahead and play it.
Shit. I just got told that my feed isn't going through straight, so I'm going to click play.
And closer to what you see as the biblical definition of marriage, it's good, but
Absolutely. Because where are you going to stop this redefinition of marriage? You can't tell me that the system is going to stop later on, 5 years, 10, 20 years, whatever it might be on the future. It's not going to be dealing with issues of polygamy, polyandry.
Do I know for a fact that the Supreme Court won't hear cases like that in the future? Absolutely not. They very much could, but nothing in the opinions that were the majority opinion that was released this last week could be in any way attributed to cases for this.
All right, hang on, stop it right there.
Many things and.
Okay, stop.
I just want to say something here. Is that listen? Let's hypothetically say that all those things are absolutely fucking horrible. Let's say it is.
Okay, that audio.
That this is a fact that all those things that this could lead to, according to Matt Slick's slippery slope argument, is horrible. It's a case of you chopping off your finger despite your arm. That's why we call these arguments a fallacy. This thing by itself is not terrible. Sure, I don't like it, but it's not, it's not people having sex with their dogs, but just the mere fact that it could lead to that is the reason why we should get rid of it. Well, by the mere fact of you being a bigoted asshole, maybe we should be outlawing Christianity. For fuck's sake, maybe because your religion can lead to people bombing abortion clinics, we should be fucking bulldozing every church in America. Fuck you.
Okay, I got to make sure the audio is going through for this too now. I had a problem with the audio on the stream. I just hopefully fixed it.
you would have to completely restructure the way we do marriage contracts with multiple partners, because right now it's a two-party contract.
Well, we've already redefined it now with marriage now. The
Yes,
problem
we've
is,
redefined it several times.
and where's it going to stop?
It never
I can't
stops.
tell you that.
Everything needs a constant form of update. You know, it's like, oh, when are they going to stop? We're in a progressive society. You should never fucking stop. Never. Keep updating that shit. I want version 1.2 now.
Of course, he's talking about. No, never mind.
I mean, he's acting like updating it or changing the definition is such a fucking horrible thing. It's like, where do you stop? No, you're never gonna stop.
Well,
And
hold on.
that's-
He's a hypocrite in this case because just a few minutes ago he was touting that that the Supreme Court justices received a revelation from God that interracial marriages was in fact okay. So in that case, it changed for the better. This is his words. So which one is it? Does he want to sit here and fucking move the goalposts a little bit more, or
Exactly.
This is why I say these people are dishonest, and I want to see if this guy catches that.
Yeah.
The only thing I remember about marriage or something was like, don't be unequally yoked, which had something to do with you have one religion and your spouse has another religion.
Yeah, and people having equal protections is the kind of thing that progression gives us. And because you are pissed about that, that is not going to stop progression. It's just not going to. Who gives a fuck about your fucking opinions? Who gives a fuck about God's opinions if that really is his opinions? If you are that much of a bigot, sucks to be you.
Well, saying another thing, and someone's mentioned this, is that the Supreme Court decision took away a hell of a lot of power of the church over a huge group of people, or something like that.
I'm going to jump. Sorry, I'm going to jump in just one moment. I keep noticing that the bit rate is fluctuating a lot and keeps dropping real low. There's nothing I can do about that right now on my end. Part of that's just my sound configuration to be able to do this at all. So the folks over on my stream, if it keeps stalling out too much, the links in the description, jump over to Dragonaut's channel. Anyway.
I think that's one of the big things. Well, what was that?
Anna, if you don't want to be heard, mute your mic.
We are anonymous.
That's nice.
We are
Well,
anonymous.
apparently it's not marriage equality, because if it was marriage equality, it would be equal for anybody, for someone to marry their daughter, for someone to marry, their mother, for someone to marry anyone they want to marry. That would be equal. Now people talk about marriage equality, and it's not equal, but yet you still say that someone marrying their daughter would be wrong.
If you want
what
to
is
talk
your standard on that?
Marriage equality, what you're talking about is a colloquial phrase that's been used by a particular movement for this one thing. If you want to sort of, again, attribute that to equality for all, then you're sort of blowing that out of proportion. And I would, again, advise you too, sir. I'm sorry I don't know your name, but...
Oh, God. Hey, Drag, can you do me a favor?
You got controls, kick 'em.
And the reasons that they give for doing it, and you'll see that there's absolutely no application for dogs or inanimate objects.
Okay, but would someone marrying a dog, would that be wrong?
It would not be a marriage, because a marriage is a contract between two people.
Well,
according to the state. There comes along with
so the state sets.
Let's redefine
the state is the state is the standard then.
Yep.
So
the ones who
if the
define,
state,
absolutely, it's a state contract. You go to City Hall and you get
so
a marriage
it's okay
certificate.
because the state says it's okay.
And once you have that marriage certificate that was given to you by the state, then you are now eligible for over 1,000 rights and privileges by state and federal government.
Okay, so
the state stole that.
Oh, great! They have even more Christians in there. Lovely. So it's like all gang up on the one guy that they had to actually talk so that they can sit there and redirect what he was saying. Lovely. These guys are fucking bags of shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's to the point where they're basically jacking their own dicks here.
I'm
Speaking of which, yes, that is a pickle you are looking at on screen.
Yes, it's
That is a
just
pickle.
penis. Don't freak out.
So
Yeah,
fuck
it
you
don't do
guys
it.
are about to flag this.
Yeah, it don't do a thing for me.
Yeah, it's a pickle. We'll get over it.
I really would like to have a discussion, a civil discussion with Matt Slick on a neutral hangout, not where Stuttering Lenny and Bible
Won't
Sucking
happen.
Cuntface. Yeah, I know it's not
Won't
going to happen.
happen.
But if he's in his comfort zone preaching nonsense, then I'll be happy to debunk his bullshit here. That doesn't bother me.
Apparently, Matt actually has gone into some random hangouts. I heard Gus talking about, because Gus does like his own little thing at the end of it. He said that one of Matt's little lemmings or whatever, little minions or whatever, was in his hangout, and Gus was apparently beating him up, and then Matt wandered in, didn't say anything, and just hung out there for a little bit, and then Gus said something to him, and Matt got pissed and rage quit and dropped out, but then came back later.
Oh, well, he's more. Well, like I said, if any of my hangouts, if you're the topic, then come on in.
If I may, from the sounds of it, what went on there was Matt went in, listened in, and was giving tips through Skype or whatever
Sure.
to his little lemming, and then ended up leaving when he couldn't save his lemming.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. Yeah, ask Gus about it. I know Gus said that he does his little show, and basically...
Bellinger?
Yeah, or Bellinger, as he pronounces it.
That's just being French. Anyway.
Yeah,
back to the travesty.
Hold on, the states took that from the church, and that's the whole thing. It's a church issue.
You know, you can absolutely make that point if you'd like.
Whoa. No, it's not a fucking church issue. It's a state issue. The church doesn't give fucking people. You will get a certificate from the government to show that you are legally married. You will then be
and have all the protections that entails. Yeah.
Thank you. It is it's an encompassing. Fuck. I'm trying to think of the word. Rights and protections. There are statutes that protect married people. There are legal scenarios in which you will have to be legally married to someone. A church can't do a goddamn thing but take your fucking money and give you bullshit. Sorry, that's the truth.
They're honoring your marriage in the eyes of the Lord, but it's just like what that hypothetical I posed to Dragnot. Like, let's say him and his wife were not married, and some critical medical decisions would have to be made when he's fucking out cold. You know, how badly would that fuck shit up for him? And that's where he said, "Oh, that will fuck up a lot of shit."
Well, hurry, call his pastor. He'll know what to do.
Yeah. Okay, here's what you gotta do. You gotta take out all this money, and you gotta donate that shit to the church. And then once you do, your hubby will go to heaven. If not, he's gonna be kind of roasty.
Okay, here's a question. Someone may have brought it up because there's a lot of things I say I know have been said before. But, okay, marriage certificate, whatever, you're legally married, you get all of these benefits, you know, from the government, or you're eligible for benefits should something happen. So all that's coming from like government and stuff like that, right? And insurance.
Correct.
If you go to a church and get married, what fucking benefit do you get from them if tragedy happens?
Yeah. The only thing you get is a pound of back.
You may get a free place to bury somebody.
Yeah. So you'll get a pat on the shoulder saying, "Your hubby is in heaven, don't worry." That's the only fucking thing you get with the church. The government is not issuing those. They're not issuing God's blessing. They're issuing you protection. And sometimes when shit really does hit the fan, as unfortunate as it is, shit does hit the fan, and many people need that protection. Because too many times I've heard stories of people who didn't have that protection that got royally fucked over because of it. Like not being in the room to see their loved ones passing. You know, to be at their side, which is something that everyone should be allowed to do for your significant other. But people were denied that by bigoted family members of that individual that did not recognize their gay relationship or their lesbian relationship or whatever the case may be. They got fucked. They got royally fucked over. And what this law states is that it doesn't matter how big of a fucking bigot you are, they get this protection. Yeah. Who gives a fuck about your God's blessing? Fuck your God's
The
blessing.
way that Matt Slick and these folks are reacting is as if somehow this being legislated into law gives somebody protection in heaven.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is just fucking stupid. Okay, let's go back to this travesty for the moment. We're only like 44 minutes into this hellacious thing. We're running on Drags for a long time, by the way. If you missed the first part of it, feel free to go to his channel, check it out. For those people on my channel, the link's in there.
Yeah, and about,
Sorry, I got to keep pimping you here.
Oh no, it's not a problem. Hey, it is what it is. We're gonna go through maybe 15 more minutes, and then we're gonna leave it alone. We're gonna get through just.
Oh, thank you for
We're gonna leave it alone after that. We're gonna cut the broadcast. We're just gonna hang out on someone else's channel and
Sounds
go,
good.
smoke or kill ourselves or something. Because I think this is about all we can stand of this shit for now.
I'm going to see what the 12 viewers on my side have had to say in the live chat. I'm dying to get over there. I just can't while doing this.
I have the AC on and I'm sweating. This is how badly this dude is pissing me off. So let's do it.
Okay, let's go.
But the thing is if there's a separation of church and state, then the state should not be in this issue. Period.
No, I absolutely agree with you that this would be a lot better off if there wasn't a bridge. But since we have this bridge already, then in an effort to take the simplest route to granting all of citizens, regardless of their sexual orientation, the same equal treatment under the law is guaranteed to them by the 14th Amendment, it makes more sense to go this route than it is to restructure the entire code of inheritance law and
you're going to have to worry about it because they're going to redefine marriage.
So the court.
It's really about things like inheritance law. That the guy nailed it right there. He really did.
I mean,
Does the court?
He's saying this that the government should not be involved in this. No, the government should be involved in government benefits. That's
the government should be the government should be involved with things that are legal contracts, which marriage is in this country.
Yeah, legal contracts. Thank you for correcting me. I mean, that's their fucking job, and you're telling them not to do. I mean, go fuck yourself.
Okay,
so I'm gonna
someone
bash my
named,
face against the wall.
Calzemo wants a shout out. So Calzemo, whoever you are, Patreon.
Okay, cool. If he's a patron, give him a shout out. Yeah, rock on, man. I got a couple of them I have to do a proper shout out for, actually. I just keep thanking them without naming them. Anyway.
Take morality then. So if the court says it's okay to marry a dog, is it okay to marry a dog? Is the court
straw man
your standard of right and wrong?
Hold on,
Is that
hold
what
on. Guys,
we just move along.
Guys, let's move on. We have a lot of people.
Okay. Yeah.
A lot
Thank you very
of
much
people
for the
waiting
time.
to join. Hey,
Wait,
Matthew, thank you for coming on.
I'm sorry, did the Supreme Court legislate that it is moral to be homosexual, or did they legislate that it's illegal to ban gay marriage?
Yeah, they legislated that it was illegal to discriminate against a group.
Right.
Law doesn't speak to morality, it speaks to law.
She's trying to find the logical connection, and it's going to hurt. Just stop.
There isn't one. There really isn't. I'm sorry, but there isn't.
I hear the wheels turning, Groovy. Don't do it. There is none.
This does not compute.
Okay.
You're welcome to come back in. We want to get to as many people as possible in these calls, and so.
And that's why you're stacking the room with Christians.
I think that B is next. B, if you want to unmute your mic and address Matt Slick.
Oh, is it Befuddle?
Hi, guys.
Yay, it's
Hi, how are you?
Good. Matt, I don't know if you recognize me, but I'm Kylie, the atheist girl, so I have met you, so you do know who I am.
We've met?
So, yes, of course.
Where?
In your house.
Wait, stop. Oh. Does anybody else get the feeling like he just met an ex-girlfriend from like 10 years ago that he's trying to pretend like he never seen?
Wait, it gets better. Wait.
Did you say that was Befuddled?
It sounded like her.
I've met her once or twice. I like her. She's cool.
They said B, so I'm assuming it's Befuddled, and it sounds like her. So
I think she said Befud too.
Oh.
And then I came over
Oh,
there.
Kaylee!
Kylie, yes.
Kylie, you've lost weight. I mean, we've got to be careful to say.
Wow.
Apparently they can see the video, but we can't.
Excuse me.
Wow.
Sorry, I mean, that came out.
Right, I got it.
He's a
You're
charmer.
good there, okay? I mean that, nice. I'll just shut up now.
Okay. All right. You get yourself in trouble. No, I had
How
a
you
question.
doing?
I'm doing good. Really good.
Okay.
I had a question, kind of some of the stuff that Matthew was saying, but the first thing I was going to ask is the fact that we all live, whether we're atheist, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, whatever, we all live in, I guess if we just take the U.S. In this example, we all live in a place where we have to figure out how to get along, right? We have to make laws that are going to work. Do you guys feel like we should force people to adopt Christian beliefs? Do you feel like that's something we should do?
No. We shouldn't force them. But then on the other hand, yes, we should. There's a yes and no. As you yourself would force somebody within reason to stop somebody from beating somebody else. You know, you there's certain things we would say yes, there's certain things we would force, and certain things we would not force. So when you say, Christians want to force everybody to believe or have the subject themselves to our laws? Well, yes and no. We don't want them to murder. We don't want them to rape. We don't want them to,
marry for love,
to lie and to steal. And these are all Christian principles. So we'd want.
Those are universal principles that every society that ever fucking existed since the Sumerians have had. It's called a social contract. You don't own morality. You don't own social order. Stop pretending you do, you pickle-sucking bitch.
And on that note, just for a quick note, let's get the pickle back on screen for a moment here. There we go. Boy, does he look happy. Yay, he must love him some pickles. Okay.
Like everybody. Okay, so homosexuality, the same thing goes. We should not have homosexuality be a free right in America that is politically protected. It's not just politically protected. It's now protected, not only protected, but it's like a sword.
Well, I guess what
Yet at the same point, he's not fighting against quote-unquote idolatry. Yeah, you hypocritical fucking piece of shit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. What the point that I was trying to get to is that, I mean, there's certain things that I think most people, whatever religion they're of, can kind of agree on. Things like, no, we don't murder, we don't steal, we don't. I mean, there's things we would have to work out. But just the fact that we all have to live here, whether or not you like that I'm an atheist, whether or not I like you're Christian or the other person's Muslim or whatever, we all have to live and exist in the same space. And I don't think that any of us want to live in a place where one religion or one way of thinking rules over everybody else, because that doesn't seem fair, unless you're the one that's in majority, right?
What if it's good, healthy, and better?
Well, but again, that's kind of according to you. You know, what if I think it's? I mean, this is the argument. And I don't want to get into like how we determine whose is better. It's just like the fact that there is going to be differences of opinion. Like even if you go from the Bible. It says in the Bible, obviously, there's going to be people that will never accept the gospel. They will never, no matter how much you evangelize, how much we show them that it's true, there's going to be people that will never accept it. So it's kind of like, how do you square the idea that do we have to make them accept certain things? Or do we say, well, we have to live together, so we need to find a way that works for everybody?
Christians have no problem living with homosexuals.
Oh, really?
A lot of them don't.
Really?
There are a good bit that do have a problem.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that. Oh,
Yeah.
we have no problem with living with homosexuals. You have no problem at all, but we're going to send them all to gay conversion therapy. Yeah, fuck you.
Well, he just shut up.
We have a problem
One second. He just contradicted himself, because didn't he just say just like 3 minutes ago? He was like, when he said something, he's like, "Oh, we don't have a problem with them being gay, but I don't think they should have the same legal rights and whatever." It's like, you just contradicted yourself, asshole.
Yeah. He's a sack of shit. We know it.
Thing with us.
Well, I mean, I've seen it go both ways, honestly. So it just depends on.
Well,
the situation.
to be fair, there are Christians who claim the name, people who claim the name of Christian, who go out, for example, and beat up homosexuals. That is not.
There are also people that are Christian that are homosexuals, you dick.
Christianity. That is not biblical. It is not what's to be done, and I would stop.
Whoa. Trivia question. That is not biblical. What is the biblical thing you're supposed to do to people that are homosexual?
Stone them.
There we go. Unanimous.
Okay, I want to bring up one little point. Years ago, I was listening to Christian radio, And well, I was one at one time, and I listened to a lot of it. So I heard them. They got on this thing about gays in church and stuff like that, and I called in to try to correct them on a few things, and try to tell them, I said, look, probably half your congregation is gay, and you may not even freaking know it. You know, I was just trying to bring up some points about, you know, gays and straights and stuff, people in church, people you work with. There's no telling how many people around you at any given time are gay or bisexual or lesbian or whatever. You know,
the thing is, he's also defining who are and aren't Christians according to his own definition. I don't think a Christian, by his definition, would live with a gay person because, you know, they're in sin. They'd be spending all this time trying to browbeat them and annoy the crap out of them.
Well, if they go by their own book, I don't know if it was Christ or who it was that said it. It said something about if people will not, if you go to a city, we'll just say a city, and give them the message of salvation, if they don't accept it, wipe the dirt off your feet and go on somewhere else. You see,
I believe that would more likely be Jesus than Paul, yeah.
Yeah, you know, as we know, we don't see that. You know, every time we run into someone, they're going, repent or die, you know.
Yep. Okay, let's power through the last of this weekend.
Stop them, and I would defend the homosexual at that point.
Sure. Right.
So that's not what Christianity is. We can have misrepresentatives of both sides. But there is a homosexual agenda and profound movement to get that moral belief system not only accepted but promoted in society. So here's the thing.
Bullshit.
Belief system. Oh, so having equality is.
And she was about to call that out too. She was. Let me hear what she has to say. I bet she's going to get something good here.
Let's go.
Say, do we have the right as Christians to want people to believe like we do? But then, are you asking the same question of the homosexual agenda people? They're doing that very thing. Why don't you complain about them? Say, what gives you the right?
He's going to keep talking over her.
To do that and try and get the laws changed.
Well, I think that's kind of what I was going to follow up with. Is it because it seems like what maybe you are upset about or what you don't like about it is because I was writing down a couple things when you were talking about like the self-righteous judges will force their views and pushing their opinions on people, but I don't understand how that's not what Christians are doing by saying you guys all must agree with us because these are the laws you have to follow.
No. We're not forcing it. We're not forcing it. The judges are forcing it.
Oh no, they're not forcing it. He's just easing it in there.
So let's say, for example, I don't know the statistics, but I think it's something like 60. At one place, I heard 61% of. You'll get my point. Let's just say 75% of a certain community or state is against homosexuality. Then the judge comes in, after all the laws have been passed, or whatever, the judge comes in and says, nope, strike it down. The one judge then forces his opinion on everybody else.
Let's just say that the majority, 70% of a population is against interracial marriage. Continue his argument from there.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if it's popular or not. It's what fits the fucking Constitution.
Thank you. I was just getting ready to say the same thing. It's the same stupid argument that I had with somebody else, and I was like, so 70% of the people in Vermont said that we don't want guns. We think they should all be, outlawed. You can't have a gun. The only people who can have a gun is the police. Hello, it's against the Second Amendment. It's unconstitutional. Law doesn't stand. Same thing with this one. Boom, done.
And that's why we have Supreme Court justices, so they can rule on the constitutionality of things. Anyway.
Yeah. But then I guess.
Where's the LGBT community complaining about that?
So if in that situation, if that was in a community that that the percentage was swapped to like 60% of them wanted it, then would you not have a problem with it? Is it just the fact that the judge is forcing their opinion?
Then we have to go through debate. Look. Why is it?
So if they if they agree with him, then that's all fine and good. But if they disagree with him, then we need to have a debate.
Yeah, double standard.
Yep.
Is that what it is?
Matt Slick.
That's kind of what I heard there.
Yeah.
That the majority of people don't want homosexuality. They work hard. There have been petitions, and people have voted, said, no, we don't want this, we don't want this, we don't want this. And the judges force their liberal opinions on everybody else. And then the LGBT community, yay, yay, yay. Then the Christians say, we don't agree with what you're doing. And then the LGBT says, we don't want you forcing your opinion on us. We don't want you forcing your views on us. The hypocrisy is profound, and they're not even bright enough to see it.
No, no.
Heavy, go ahead, Heavy, get him.
No.
Get him, Heavy.
No, he's fucking wrong. Of course we know that. No, he's talking about we're going to start forcing our opinion on them. What the fuck have they been doing for all these hundreds of years?
Can I also say something about that?
Jeez.
Oh, sure, please.
Here's the thing that gets me about conservatives, and I'm not consider myself to be a liberal. I'm more moderate. But here's the thing that gets me about it. They proclaim and they always talk about judges overreach. They always do that, whenever it goes against them. But when it is in favor of them, they've got not a damn thing to say about it. Case in point, Citizens United. Who was the deciding judge on that? That was Clarence Thomas, who, I don't know, given what I've seen with his legal opinions, how he's on the court, I have no fucking clue.
Trust me, you aren't the only one with that one. He also proclaimed racism over, so...
It's like, basically...
Yeah, racism is over and companies are people. Go figure.
Yeah,
hey, wait, if companies are people, can we marry companies next?
Yeah, I want a divorce. Give me half of the company's assets.
There was a guy, I'll say this one thing, I'll let you finish this. There was a guy actually, I think it was in California somewhere, who actually basically had a bunch of tickets that he'd gotten for riding in the carpool lane. And basically what he did is he formed a corporation and put the rules of incorporation in his passenger seat. And basically, well, that's a person based on Citizens United ruling, so basically you can't give me a ticket because technically I have two people.
I mean, it's like space.
Please tell me they got away with it. Please tell me they did.
I haven't seen what the final. I think they actually still held up. I think they held up one of the fines, but they basically let the other ones go.
It's like SpaceX. I pronounce you and Tesla married, even though that's technically incest.
Well, the question ultimately is which one is it that has the rocket and which one has? Oh, never mind. I was going to say which one has the rocket and which one has the intake valve.
I think we all know the answer to that one.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Principle. We behave based on what we believe. We behave based on what we believe. They believe that homosexuality is morally right, and they, by necessity, they must believe that our belief that they are wrong, our belief itself is wrong. They will behave based on their ideology that we are morally wrong. They're going to then work to get their views put upon us, and they're doing it.
But I don't disagree with any of that you just said, but what I don't understand is how then you don't see what Christians or you or however you want to frame it are doing the same thing on the other side.
How are we doing it?
You believe that homosexuality...
How are we doing it? Holy crap. Just holy crap. Oh, and as a reminder to the folks that are viewing on my page, there's links there to the mainstream over in Dragnauts. Catch the beginning of it if you didn't at some point.
Is wrong. You believe that your ideas about morality are correct and that people who are liberal or atheists or whatever are incorrect. And so you are pushing or trying to get your views, your set of views, on in a form so that other people can't violate them because you believe that bad things will happen.
How are we doing that? How are we trying to do that? How are we Christians trying to get everybody to behave as Christians? How are we doing
that?
Well, how about trying to regulate who can and can't get married, you douchebag?
And look at all the stuff they're trying to do in government and in schools.
Yeah. Okay.
They're trying to influence government policy.
Somebody say something about Hobby Lobby?
Evolution.
Oh, yeah. Don't even. I'm trying to move to Texas, and you're making it hard right now.
Well, you're moving to Austin. That's like Texas light.
True.
Oh, yeah, Austin's different.
Yeah.
I'll condone Austin.
Hey, if you're coming to Texas, stop through Dallas-Fort Worth. I'll buy you a beer.
Oh, I'm doing some traveling. Don't worry. I'll let people know.
Yeah.
Well, he's at least heading up by Austin, so actually the wife and I will probably visit them there. But if he does come down through Dallas, he better let me and a few other folks know.
Florida, I got a jet ski waiting for you.
Ooh, that sounds like
to ride, not to have. That sucks.
Well, fuck yeah, of course to ride, not to have. My fucking jet ski, unless you got some business you want to talk over.
Well, I mean, you said they're saying I have a jet ski for you to have. You know, you should reframe that.
Okay, how about this? I'll lie and say that, hey, Dragna, I got a jet ski for you to have. You can just meet me down here in Florida.
Right.
Behave. I'm not saying you're trying to make them behave away, but you're saying we are going to, by making laws that would not allow people that don't
With that one clip, can we say jokes on dick?
believe the same way as you
I mean pickle.
do to marry, you're basically saying you must accept our definition of marriage. You must accept our definition of what this looks like, is what
Is
you're
that
saying.
wrong? Is that wrong for us to do?
Wait, it doesn't. Whoa.
Well, I mean, to me, it's
He
not a
was
matter
just
of.
complaining that people were and were.
He's going to go to the moral argument.
Breathe deep, Dragnaut. Breathe
Drag.
deep.
He's about to go to the moral argument. I bet you. That's probably where he's about to go.
Complaining about people who
But
were
no. They can
trespassing
make
upon his rights.
No, they can make that evaluation because they're Christians and they have God, which is the arbiter of morality. So how can she say that? Because she's an atheist and doesn't believe in God, so doesn't have that arbiter of her murder. Yeah. It's that's bullshit, like from the last one.
Sure, impede other people's rights, but you know.
Yeah. Well, because God told them they can.
Yeah.
That makes it moral.
If you want to go back to the whole argument of how can I say something is wrong because I'm an atheist, I'm not really interested in that. I'm interested in
I'm saying yes.
that.
If you say it's wrong for us to do that, you have to say that it's wrong for the homosexual community to do it.
Sure. I think that's true. I think that the only way that we can ever find common ground is to say we all have to live together. Like I was saying, we all have to live together.
We're not living together.
Well, everybody in the U.S. we are.
Wait a minute, what? What? We're not living together.
I think he means like him having like a homosexual bunkmate. Prison.
We are not living together. I hope he really explains what the fuck he means by that, because the last I heard, unless he's living on another fucking planet, which he might be at this point, metaphorically at least.
Yeah, she's talking about, in general, we're all in the same country, in cities and stuff, so we are together. Yeah.
Are you they?
No. Let me ask you a question. What do you think true Bible-believing percentage, what's the percentage of the United States population that you believe, I don't know the exact number, but you'll get it out. You get what I'm saying here. What would you estimate is the real Bible-believing population, percentage-wise, of the country?
I think it's something
agree with him.
Oh, boy. Does that require them actually reading it?
Yeah.
Or does that require them believing exactly what Slick believes? Incidentally, I hope you guys are enjoying the pickle. This is a pickle, reminding people.
Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess here and say it's around 65 or 70%, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
How would you know which ones are the Bible-believing ones and the ones that are just saying, yeah.
He left the definition vague, so I'm being vague myself.
Well, he said real Bible-believing Christians.
Yes.
That's the trick.
He qualified that.
Then just him. Then just him and the fuck buddies he has in the hangout.
I'll go along with that.
I don't know. They'll go against each other given the chance.
You mean like people who are real Christians, or just say that they're Christian, or what?
Real Bible-believing. I'm going to just say 15%. I'm just going to say 15 to 20%. That's my opinion.
There we go. See what I mean? Just now, if 80% that he claimed was Christian is earlier, and he's saying 18 to 20% are real Bible-believing Christians, well, congratulations. You're now a minority group.
Yeah. What would you say? More or less, roughly?
I have no idea.
Okay.
No idea.
What do you think is the percentage of homosexuality? The people who claim to be homosexuals in this country?
Don't fucking matter.
Claim to be homosexuals?
What is he trying to claim, that real Bible-believing Christians are somehow less of a minority than gays? Is that what he's going for? He's discredited all the other people that profess to be Christian for the sake of trying to. Okay, let's see if he goes there.
I don't know.
3%. That's the statistics. 3%. We know that there's far more people who.
3%, really?
Wait a minute. What?
Heavy, look it up. We'll be back to you.
I somehow doubt that it's 3%.
Heavy's just upset because the dating pool just went down a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Heavy's like, what?
That's a small dating pool.
Are you looking it up, Heavy?
Yeah, this was something. It said based on 2013, 96.6% identified as straight, 1.6 identified as gay or lesbian, 0.7 identified as bisexual.
Huh,
and the remaining 1.1 identify as something else. Ooh, I want to know what that is.
Yeah, but I wonder how many of those are not actually out. I have a friend that I'm pretty sure is gay, but he doesn't say it to me, and it's not like I'm like ass forcing him. Like, why don't you just admit it?
Yeah,
Take real time.
I'm thinking.
Well,
he
with all
said
the
he said claim. He said
I don't know.
what percent claims to be,
Right.
and I know I am very sure that there are a hell of a lot more that will not admit it.
There's also the possibility people might have thought that there was like a movement to round them the fuck up. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, well, with all the hate speech and all, a lot and pressure from jobs and family and stuff like that. A lot of people are going to go. They're going to hide it.
Tommy Hall.
But regardless.
Okay. All right, now, on TV, how many Christians are portrayed favorably?
I guess it depends on what you're watching.
Yeah.
How many are? Give me one show where Christians are portrayed favorably.
The Duggars.
How about we give you? Yes, let's start with the Duggars, even if they do have a Kitty Diddler's son. But let's start with that, and let's go through all the varied shows that they have that are just completely Christian-centric, and start with all of those. Now, the thing is, we also see a number of other shows in which they present Christians positively as well. Some of them being secular, some of them being not. But the simple fact of the matter is, this is kind of a bullshit argument, claiming that everyone's out to get you. Fuck you, you paranoid Alex Jones wannabe douche.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually watch a lot of TV.
Movie, show, whatever it is. How many shows
How about Signs?
have homosexual characters?
Oh, and now how many have homosexual characters?
It's like, well, if you don't want to watch Brokeback Mountain, don't. But Signs is very, even though it's a movie about aliens, he goes back to being a priest at the end of the
Yeah, it's very yeah, it does.
Pretty favorable on that one. I mean, if you're going from if you're talking about the normal media, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
The normal media, we have homosexual characters on The Simpsons. We have homosexual characters in sitcoms. We have homosexual characters in varying, whatever it is, in a lot of movies, in a lot of interviews, in a lot of.
And how many characters do we have in varied shows that happen to be religious? Fuck yourself.
Situations, and they're portrayed favorably. Christians are not. Here's the thing: they want to. The homosexual community wants to be represented fairly. But they don't want the Christian community to be represented fairly.
So
homosexual, they're hypocrites.
Okay.
They're hypocrites.
Pot, the kettle.
Wait, what is he talking about?
He's making
what do I have to? What does the gay community have to do with what they show on TV? We're not making the shows.
He's still not listed a show. He just said they exist.
They exist. Yeah, but the thing that when you said gays being featured and them making a big deal about it, the only show that came to mind was South Park.
And they make fun of fucking everybody.
No, they make fun of Big Gay Al plenty.
Yeah, trust me. And they made fun of everybody, every religion. With Scientology was I'm gonna sue you. I mean, and with that was actually the funniest one, by the way. And then they made fun of gay people by Mr. Garrison making that mono wheel where the machine actually sticks a dildo up your ass and you have to control it by giving a blowjob to a control panel.
We only have like 5 more minutes of this atrocity left, and I don't want to interrupt him from his pickle. So let's see if we can power through some of this, because otherwise we will keep stopping it every 10 fucking seconds.
They're not playing fair, and they're not going to play fair. They're going to continue in the hypocrisy and the oppressive manner that they're working with. That's what I'm concerned about. You talk about getting along, Kylie. You and I, you sat here in this office. We get along great. We disagree. You're awesome in that respect. No problem. That's not what they're like. There's a lot of homosexuals
homosexuals aren't like that. They have an agenda. They just give me a fucking break. Pick another boogeyman. I've met plenty of gay people, and frankly, I've only met one that I can't get along with. But I think that he might be a closet straight. Actually, now that I think about it. But anyway.
Matt, they don't care. Hey, just leave their churches alone. Stop it. That's not what's happening. They're trying to shove it down our throats. They're getting
I think it's time for a screen cap, Red.
Yes. Oh, God.
They're trying to shove it down our throat. We need a GIF image. Somebody needs to make a GIF and then put
print screen. Printing screen. Hang on. Heavy holler. Do me a favor. Give me 2 thumbs up. Give me 2 thumbs up. Print screen, motherfucker.
Perfect fucking timing for perfect fucking verbiage. Well worth stopping for that one. Okay, let's keep going.
Laws changed. They're trying to come into our schools. They're all over the media. They're pushing.
Oh no, gay people are trying to go to school. Oh no, they want to be educated.
Literally, this is the same stuff that they're talking about, what they said about integration. If you replace gays with blacks. So, oh my goodness, this same shit. I really want to talk to his daughter because I really think that he is one of these people who is just replacing one word for the other, using the same fucking rhetoric and trying to portray it as God's will.
I don't think he even recognizes that that's what he's doing. That's ultimately the big problem. He just doesn't get it.
Okay, let's finish this shit.
Do we have to?
Now, because after this, I'm going to head to Scientist Sam's Hangout. I need to decompress and listen to actual knowledge.
Actually, according to a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research, about 20% of the population is attracted to their own gender. That's nearly double that of the usual estimates, about 10%. The authors explained their methodology might have something to do with it. Anyway, I get linked to an actual article. Anyway.
Sounds about
they're
right.
pushing, and if we push a little bit, we are called those who are trying to oppress them, and then they cry separation of church and state.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that there's not people out there that are, militant, whatever. But there is, to be fair, there is Christians who are the same way, and that will, I just feel like that's kind of more like a. I mean, when you're saying like they're not playing fair, they're being hypocritical, whatever, but that's like whether or not they're playing fair doesn't mean that you should change the way that we approach the situation. We should say, what is the best way to all live together? And if you guys are acting like jerks, whatever, but we're still going to approach this in a way that's fair to everybody. We're not going to change what we're doing just because you guys are being hypocritical.
Let's have them be fair. Let's have them start representing Christians and have Christian characters and Christian people on shows
who are sitting there browbeating people and preaching to them because I think that's what Christianity is.
Apparently he doesn't watch Duck Dynasty.
I'm waiting for him to name these episodes of whatever that have these horrible depictions.
I think he's complaining about Glee.
I don't even watch Glee.
Oh, Glee! Oh, no, you said horrible depictions. Okay, never mind. That's the only show I can think of that has gay characters on it off the top of my head, other than the ones that are kind of picked on. Never mind. Let's see now. House picks on people that are Christian.
House picks on people that are stupid. Christians just so happen to fall into that category by default.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much. Well, the thing is, the people that are Christian in the way that he is are usually portrayed as being batshit crazy because, well, pot kettle.
A far greater percentage of the population than homosexuals, and have them portrayed favorably instead of negatively as hypocrites. Every time I see a show on TV, if a Christian's there, I say to my wife, "Oh, is he going to be a murdering rapist or what?"
Right.
No, he's going to be a hypocrite like you.
Because that's just how it is portrayed with Christians. Homosexuals, they want equality. They don't want equality. They want superiority, and they want, because as Romans 1 says...
Bullshit, Christians want the superiority. Kiss my ass, motherfucker. I'm sorry. Sorry, Christians like him. There, better.
There we go.
Thank you.
They give hearty approval. In order to do that hearty approval, they have to resist those who resist them. You watch, Kylie. What's going to happen is there's going to be lawsuits. There's going to be people who are going to say, pastors are going to do civil disobedience. There are a lot of pastors who said that we're not putting up with this. I'll probably end up going to jail.
Oh, God. Okay, stop it. That's enough.
Yeah,
we're done.
stop. He's lying his ass off.
No more. Okay, we're going to end this. We're going to end this. He's full of shit. Once again, he's going
let me get rid of the pickle. We don't need that anymore.
Okay.
All right. 13, I sent you an image. Please flash that on the screen.
Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can.
We're going to see the image, and we're going to get some final words, and then that's enough of fucking Matt Slick and his paranoid delusions for the day.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Yes.
you need to put the words across the bottom, and they're trying to shove it down our throats.
Yeah, that's a present from me to you, Matt Slick. Go fuck yourself.
Hang on.
Probably going to jail. Oh, please.
Oh,
horrible depictions of someone. Try being black and on TV, okay? I don't want to hear that shit.
I'm sorry, being stupid is not a fucking crime yet.
Oh my goodness.
How is he a non-profit? I remember seeing that at the very beginning. How's he a 501c3?
Because he's a church organization type deal person.
Okay. I saw him talking about that. I was like, really?
Bro, go to jail. I mean, there's no law against hate speech. I mean, we got people out there who constantly. I mean, just look at the Westboro Baptist Church. If anything, they're getting protected by the officers, the same officers that they say are going to go to hell, and they're the ones stopping them from having their face royally bashed in by a steel chair. I mean, we have a fucking skinheads spreading hate, and they get protection from black police officers. And you're acting like the whole fucking world's gonna collapse on you because you're a fucking bigot. No, we have examples where it's the exact opposite.
The Constitution.
Those people that you're fighting against are the ones that are gonna end up protecting your sorry ass to protect your freedom of speech.
The Constitution serves him when he needs it, but if the Constitution's in the way of his perfect ideology of Christian dominionism, then it's a problem. Then he's a victim. Then we have all these fucking issues. Oh my. Okay. But anyway,
just give me 1 second. I just got to switch up my audio because this is sucking down my bandwidth pretty good.
Okay. We're probably going to go on in order down the line here on my screen. Heavy Hauler, then Joe, Red Line, Shadow, then Groovy.
Oh, okay. One thing we all know, he's lying his fucking ass off. He keeps bringing up things that are not right. He's talking about lawsuits against preachers. I think he said that several times. Lawsuits against pastors for not marrying people. The whole thing does not say anything about that. Separation of church and state. The government will not force pastors to marry anybody they don't want to. Churches and pastors have the freedom to deny marriage to anybody they want. But see, they keep saying this over and over and over that, no, that's not the way it is. It's bullshit. He's lying. Quite a few times he lied, and he can talk about the gay agenda, and then he starts bringing in movies and TV and stuff like that. I mean, it's like every facet of government or entertainment or anything is controlled by gays. I mean, what are we, the new fucking Illuminati?
Apparently.
We're not making these decisions. So people, executives at TV and movies and stuff, they're making these decisions.
No, it's the the illuminated gay Masonic Brandenburg atheist conspiracy to push the agenda of being compassionate to others.
Right, and they're talking about we're trying to make inroads into law and into schools. Who the hell is trying to get their claws on the children and their education?
Yeah.
Trying to dumb down kids. I teach trying to force creationism to be called a science when it's complete bullshit and it's not science and they can't prove it no matter how many times they try to say they can.
Yeah, I know.
Everything he said, just about what he said that the gay agenda is trying to do to bring down Christianity in the nation, all that, it's things that they're doing to people that do not agree with them, whether they're gay or not. It doesn't matter. People that don't agree with them, they jump down their fucking throat. They're accusing everybody else of doing what they're doing.
Yeah, I know.
And I could be exaggerating, and I apologize for that, and I could be wrong on some things. But this just kind of looks that way,
There's just massive absurdity going on here anyway around it. It's just fucking ridiculous. It really is.
Okay, next.
Yeah, pretty much. Let me take a look at my channel and see what my folks are actually saying. If I can actually get to it. Let's see.
I really don't have anything else to say. I defer my time to Red or Shadow.
I'm only going to say one thing because I pretty much said everything I had to say during his fucking tangent about, oh, they're going to fucking arrest me. Oh, help me, help me. No, I'm just going to say, Matt Slick, on this day, 6/29/2015, at exactly 7:22 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you have been nominated for Dumbfuck of the Year.
Yay!
May you get the most votes, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah,
thank you.
Much.
Yeah, Groovy. Actually, Shadow, no, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This was fucking painful. Thanks to me simulcast during at least a portion of it. I should have thought of it earlier. But for those of you that did join us, thank you on both sides. And once again, if you want to catch the first part of it, and you're one of the ones that caught the stream on mine, go to Dragnot's channel. He's got some fun stuff. Anyway, here we go. The smaller channel pimping the big one. Oh, fucking well. Anyway, everybody have a good one, man. And try not to let the stupidity of these people get you down too much.
Okay, go ahead, Groovy.
Oh boy. Well, for one thing, I wanted to say when my mic was messing up earlier, the hilarious part is that this decision actually extends religious freedom because it allows the churches that want to marry gays to do so. And it just baffles my mind how even in the written conclusion they say all these religions that adhere to doctrines that disagree can still disagree. The First Amendment ensures that right, and yet they want to completely ignore that because it doesn't line up with their persecution complex, and that just the entire thing just makes my head hurt. And that's it.
Okay, on that note, we'll pick this shit up tomorrow. I got tomorrow off. I may have my son back tomorrow from my in-laws. May not, so we'll see. But we will definitely get back on this. If you want to spot on the show, all you got to do is message someone that's on here or message me. There's usually a link somewhere that I've posted so people can come in. If you're a troll, you're just going to be fucking kicked. But we generally don't have that issue except for this one time. So I look forward to seeing you all again. I'm going to go decompress, listen to some Scientist Sam, and have him answer some questions that people have posed to him. Should be very interesting. I asked him a very, yes, I said asked. I asked him a very interesting question about should incest be legal if the daughter or the son is of age. So I think that will be an interesting topic. So see you later, y'all.
All right, well, thanks. Bye.